Okay.
Okay. Hopefully people can hear me. Let me wait a minute to hear and see if anyone can hear me. If you can hear me, say hi, I guess. I don't know. Um, nope. Okay. It dropped again. All right. Let me. Okay, let's see. Is it working now? One second here. Okay. It's here. It's alive. Okay. Cool. All right. Let me pull up Billy and Danny's stream, and then we will keep going. If anyone is in the chat and can say hi to me and make sure that you all can hear me and I'm not just going crazy, that would be awesome.
All right.
But I think it's working. Seems to be working. So if there's anyone in chat, please say hi. Okay, interesting. So I just don't have chat, which is interesting. Let me try refresh the chat. Try and refresh the chat here, and then if I can't get it up right now, then that's okay. What I'll do is bring up Billy and Danny's stream regardless. And yeah, I just can't get the chat up for me. All right. Well, I'm gonna bring up Billy and Danny's stream, and then I will let them take over from there, and then I'll be back in about an hour with my layout. So here we go.
We're doing it. We're doing it. All right, well, I'll pause here. You can see a train coming up right now. Got the Broadway Limited going by. This is the Broadway Limited. I've got it double headed because I've got rather cheap grades in my railroad here. Hey, there's my face. Hi. There's my H10. I can't see what's going on in Billy's layer like at all. Oh, I got iPhone. It looks pretty cool. So as I said earlier, although none of you probably could hear me, this is actually an operating layout. So I actually have little cards that I've made up for each of these cars on these trains that mean that they have to go somewhere on my layout. So what we're going to do first is actually pick some of the cards from this yard here and make sure they're in the right order for the train going to Trenton, which is over along that wall there. So I got this little switcher here who can do that for me. So it looks like here in my little box here, I got all these ones for Trenton. And let's see here. What are you up to down there, Danny?
Man, I'm just enjoying my train.
Nice. Good.
Uh-oh.
What's the uh-oh?
I just sent the short where it was, though.
Oh, no.
It's not the usual short location. So my layout, it's got two reversibles. So that means that all these mainline tracks are supposed to go all the way around. So every time you go to the bottom, to the top, it has to go through a reverse section. So one reverse section is secured by my water bottle, and the other one is this little here. Oh, I lost an observation car. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it looks like Tower View. Got the Tower View didn't make. Oh no! Oh. I can get Tower View up now. This is sort of a version 2 of the layout, if anyone's interested. Version 1, if you see the hardboard back there, was just made up of that. And it's I just had to support it on phone. And as a proof of concept to make sure that the gradients could work. Whereas for this one, it's a little bit more permanent. And I've got all these, all thread screws, so I could really dial in the gradient to make sure I have it right. Or I could just double head the Broadway Limited and not really care, which is what I'm doing. But it did go. There's a slight short there. That's because I guess one of the auto reversing units didn't trip fast enough. That's the issue I've been having right now, trying to get an auto reversing unit that is going to work quickly enough for these trains to go through. Right now I have the DXT 1A Digitrax. So I've got 3 of them. There's the one up there, and then 2 that are working over here. One for each direction as it comes in. I wonder if I was just going a little too fast there. But anyway, this is an N-scale layout. I've got a 4-track main line. That was a really important thing for me. I didn't think I could fit in this kind of space, and maybe you could argue that it can't fit in this kind of space, but here we go.
Sorry, I disappeared for a second. One train kind of derailed on the other side of the layout, so I had to take care.
Oh.
I kind of forgot to flip a switch. Things that happen. Oops. All right, let's fire up this little switcher. And I need to get it to track 4. All right. We'll pick up those cars. Let's see. Are we on this other stream yet? Not yet. Oh, wait. I think they switched the stream over. Cool, there we are. Alright, let's move this over here. Cool, they're saying the audio is fine too. Good.
Yay! Yeah, so I've got the panel here. If you guys got a podcast episode on it, this is the Broadway Limited Group Comet Heavy USRA Pacific. Some of the things that are wrong on it just doesn't have the firebox. The pilot's a little bit wrong, and then the tender, the actual Blue Comet had sort of a rounded, more streamlined top on the tender and a little bit bigger tender. And a couple behind it, this is not the Broadway Limited Disney coaches. This is the Micro Train coach. I think it looks pretty good. And generally speaking, it runs pretty well. The lead stuff on specific tends to derail sometimes, but not totally sure that's sort of my janky track work at the time that I have right now. Just maybe there's like a spring that's missing or a spring that's not powerful enough. But it's funny because what was the gentleman that was on before?
What's his name? I can't remember.
Well, anyway, he was using a train automation system called iTrain, which is actually the same one I use. So it was really neat to see how he connected it. Right now, I'm kind of between setups. I tested out the iTrain system from Train Automation. I don't know if you guys can see. I've got two BDL 168s, which are the the old DigiTrack block detection current sensing units. Each one of those has 16 individual block detectors that it can detect using current sources. So I have two of them. This has 16, like 24 block detection units for like all of this track. So the 4-track main line, and it's got a bunch of balloon tracks in addition to that. And it was able to work pretty okay. It wasn't perfect because I basically had to have each block have one sensor, which is not what they recommend. And so as you increase the sensors for the block detection units, as you increase the amount of those, it effectively increases the resolution that your computer has to control it.
Humanity Junction. Yes, that is the Blue Comet.
What was that?
Humanity Junction was asking if that is the N-scale Blue Comet.
It is the N-scale Blue Comet, yes. This is the Broadway Limited Blue Comet with the Micro Trains Limited economy coaches that they came out with for the last year. I'll turn on the sound on it. It actually sounds pretty good.
Woo! Apparently, it's hard to hear you, Danny. So you gotta speak up, or at least be near your speaker.
Well, I guess my trains are kind of loud, right?
They are.
Damn loud trains.
I know. I full on just muted a few of mine just because I was like, oh, this is too loud.
Yeah, I turned off the sound, so this is just their au naturel sound, if you will.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to highball the Blue Comet because the Broadway Limited stays with tail here.
Uh-oh. All right, guys. What train should I take out of the yard here? So, right now, the way this works is I need to take one of these guys out. There's this 440 here I like. I got an 060. None of these guys have sound, unlike this one. Or I have this S4 Pennsylvania Railroad. What do you guys feel like I should take out and do some switching in Trenton? Any opinions at all? I'll let it catch up. See. Four four zero. It is. All right. Cool. I haven't run this one in a while. see, is that gonna work for me? I think it's good to did it as a short. It's a long one.
So I got this is another train I've got here. The T5A, Fox Cab, Pennsylvania Railroad, Broadway Limited model. These are known for being kind of temperamental, so like, and I think they are like kind of temperamental, but I got them pretty cheap because of that. They're on clearance from, I think it's Train World for like $99. This thing pretty well detailed, has sound, does run.
There we go. It is working. Turn the light on it.
I'm gonna try. The problem I have with this one right here is one of the coupler links is a little low. I just need to adjust that.
So this is in theory Bordentown Yard. So this would be like the little local switcher that would go take a little local trains out. So right now I need to go pick up a caboose to throw on this train, which I have conveniently here on the caboose track.
Yeah, Bill, you're gonna have to relay the or comments on to me because I can't see anything unfortunately.
You got it. Currently it's a little quiet.
And then Billy, I actually don't know where the field of view is for my trains. Like, can you see my hand here or no?
It's on the very bottom of the video when you shake it. So go higher if you want to see.
Oh, that's the.
Higher. Higher on your phone. I can't see it at all. Can't see it at all. Let's see it a little bit. Keep going higher. I can't see it anymore.
That's okay. Alright, I'm just gonna lower things down there.
Yeah, there you go. You're getting your yard and stuff. Oh no. What's happening there? So now I have to actually run around this caboose so I can put it on the back of the train. See, I think I have some shorter sticks. Yes, I do. Short sticks. Make sure all the switches are aligned for me. Choo choo. Because this one doesn't have sounds. I have to make them, right? Yeah, it looks like a good field of view, Dan.
Oh, good. Alright. I'm gonna be programming this.
You can't tell everyone. This is our first time doing one of these. Part of me is like, I feel like we should just do it standard YouTube instead of this next time. But we'll see. That would have been a problem. There we go. Train's coming back. Move this over here so you can see it a little better when it comes around. I have these silly pylons in the way. All right, toot toot. Uh-oh. What's an uh-oh?
You got derailment here. No, turn it off.
So how are we all doing this morning? Everybody good? Everyone have coffee? I know I needed a ton of it.
Yeah, last night was a lot of fun.
Yeah. You know, it actually takes a lot of skill to try to like move your camera with the train and stuff like that while you're trying to control the train.
Is that what I'm supposed to be doing?
That's what I'm doing. But you know, you have multiple trains running and stuff. I feel like me, I'm like running one train at a time. I feel like I can get away with it. You know, I'm doing slow switching moves. You've got like these fast trains. Yeah. Fast train. There we go. All right. We have the caboose on this train. Now we are ready to go. Well, wait. I need to get to the front of the train. How do I do that? Oh, I have a runaround track. So for those who don't know how trains work, a lot of times you need to have the train in the front. Even though that's not necessarily true all the time. But it's usually preferable, especially with freight trains and stuff. All right, let's see here. Let me flip the switch over here to make sure that's clear. And I'll run around the train so I get in front of it. Anna actually gave me the whole pot, which is kind of amazing. I have up here. Whole pot of coffee. She was like, I made you a whole pot of coffee. Because you stayed up late trying to figure out how to make this work. I'm trying.
Broadway Limited is not working, so.
Oh no!
I didn't see that, you guys.
The Broadway!
It's gonna have to do a single unit, which is frankly more prototypical, but it means it might not be able to make it up to grade now.
Alright, I want to see some footage of this thing trying to make the grade. I want to hear it grinded.
Alright, should you actually want to see that?
Yeah! Nice and slow. And for some reason, this coupler is not liking me today, so. There we go. Alright, so.
There's your Broadway Limited. Can you see it?
Yeah!
Coming around. This is the start of the grade. Starts off easy. Gonna go underneath there, and then this is where the kind of the ruling grade starts. Probably about 3%. Right about here.
Oh! Oh!
I think it did it!
Woo!
GG1 power!
Yeah, those things are supposed to be, they're like bricks.
Yeah, I mean, so this one in particular is not as bricky as all of them are, if you will.
Why is it not more bricky?
Well, because I added sound to it, and there's nowhere to add in the regular engine. There's like effectively no place to put the actual speaker. Which means that you actually have to mill out some of the weight inside of it to get it to kick the speaker inside. So this one right here, theoretically, it doesn't have sound. And by the way, it's actually kind of difficult to find the other number for this. This is 4859. The other one over there is Blackjack, 4935. That's the Railroad Museum Pennsylvania unit. So it's actually kind of difficult to find the 5-stripe whiskers. It's the non-Blackjack one, because we made the most of Blackjack, which makes sense. It's a popular locomotive. But I'm trying to not have duplicate numbers in there. So I think I reprogrammed this guy right here. This is brand new, 4722 T5A box. I really like electric trains, box cab. So I'm going to check to see if I actually did
train for me. I'll fire him. It was me. They did not arrange this train at all.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, no, it was me. Why would you be the one that arranged this train?
I don't know.
Looking at, so like here, I got my car cards here. So I got like, each one of these has, so like this one I'm trying to go to, this is, right over here is a lumber yard. A fuel and lumber yard. So they have they have one here for coal, a little track here for coal, and a here for lumber. So I got to drop off some cars here, and I have to pick up some here. So if you look here at the little thing I have, here's the car card, which tells me about the car, and this is the waybill, which kind of like fits nice in the little pocket there. So this little waybill is saying this needs to go to Trenton, it needs to go to Wilson and Stokes. I know that's the lumber yard here. And this is actually telling me down even here that it needs to deliver to track 1, which is the lumber track, which is this one here. So the first two here are easy. I think what I'm going to do first is actually pick out the cars that are already there. Pick them up and then sort this train to drop them off. In theory, I should have probably sorted this train while it was still in the yard, but I was distracted with trying to figure out how to make this stream work. So I'm using that as an excuse for my poor trainmanship. Ship of trains. This little stick is not liking me today. Alright, new stick time. I feel like, I don't know if any of you guys play Dungeons and Dragons, but the sticks are like dice. Sometimes they're just not working for you and you gotta switch out the dice. It makes absolutely no logical sense, but that is the way it is.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, what'd you got an uh-oh on? Oh no!
Oh no.
Oh no!
So I'm going to start assembling a little freight train here. I have no idea how this is going to go.
Just make sure you're showing us it. We want to see quality content here.
Can you see me doing this?
I don't know, I'm not looking at you. I'm looking at me. I got a train to run. We need like a producer. Mia, you want to be our producer next time? Alright, so if you see here, I got this little box that is that tells me where different cards go. So this one is the set out, so that's when I drop off the cards, I'm going to put those cards in here. This is the hold box, so this car has to stay here, which is this Seaboard boxcar right here. And then I have to pick up the other two cars here. So I'm going to first pick up that hopper car. You guys see the hopper car back here, or do I need to raise the camera a bit? Yeah, you can kind of see it. Yes, Trevor. Train. Actually, I'm going to do a little fun move here. All right. I'm going to grab the boxcar and flat car, back the flat car into the hopper car spot. Hook both of them up, put the boxcar back, and then I'll be ready to go. Figured out, right? So I actually did a lot of research when trying to figure out what industries would be here. So I tried to base it on actual industries that were in this Trenton area. These are kind of ones that were along the canals that were in Trenton, the D&R Canal, which was built truthfully around the same time as the railroads. So they mostly paralleled them. And actually they were owned by the same company eventually. But in theory, mine is based in like 1930s-ish. And by that point, the canals were pretty much not in use. I think think they were actually full on filled in around 1933. So one of the things I was thinking is that this train is not liking this right now. Let's see if I can pull it back on. Nope. Ran it off the thing. This is what happens when I'm talking too much and not paying attention to my train. Also doesn't help this engine driver program. Do you have problems with the engine driver not responding to when you put the slider all the way down, Dan? Let me look and see if there's any question at, is there a pickle factory? There is no pickle factory currently. I think I have a kit somewhere around here of the pickle factory. I was going to build one once, and I don't. Now you're going to have me dig through stuff. That's too much crud. So look, this is daytime, Bill. I just use crud instead of, like last night, where you get me dropping F-bombs.
Yeah, and that's when you got to get the soap out, clean out your dirty little mouth.
You know what? Mom tried that once. Didn't work out. I ate the soap. Ha! Stubborn I am.
You can't show me.
Yeah. Yeah. What was it doing? I was trying to make trains work.
So can you guys see me assembling this little train here? We got a freight train coming together. Specifically the T5A box cab. This was on the Northeast Corridor. This was rare, obviously, but it was mostly a freight engine. I think the paint scheme I have is technically the passenger paint scheme, because we were using passenger service every now and then. But you can tell it's the passenger paint scheme because it has a little keystone on it. This is a very special car I'm about to put on. Probably me and my wife's favorite car.
Is it a pickle car?
It is actually not the pickle car.
Oh. Well, I forgot. You don't have a pickle car, right? In N scale?
I sort of have a pickle car. I do have a Heinz car. See that?
Yeah, kicking
There's
stuff.
varieties. So I do have that. It's not technically a pickle car, but back to this one, which is the, as you guys see, it's the Marquette Union Terminal, or the Mutt line. There's a little dog on it. And the other side, my wife glued a little dog inside of it. You guys see that?
Oh, that's cute. All right, let's see if I can fit all three. I don't know if I'm going to fit all these cars in this siding here. I might have to send them back. Yeah, that siding's not that long. Oh, I know what I did wrong. That's why. Oops. Oh, I know, I did it right. Okay. So that's the one that's supposed to stay. So I got out all my cards. Trade you some lumber for sheep. So I'm going to drop these two off here. Ha! Look at that. That was quick. Almost sent it with the wrong track. What would happen then? Horrible things. Alright, so I might have to play a really fun game of trying to go real slow with these guys into here. See if I can still clear it with 3 cars in here. I don't know if that's going to clear.
Yeah, retrospect, I don't know why I put the coal car in there. This is mostly like a food and grain kind of train, and now I've got the coal car.
play a game with this. We'll see. I wonder if railroads ever had this problem where they're trying to like shove a train right in there and they're getting real close to each other. Oh wait, I know because I've seen it happen in Strasbourg. Oh, it hit barely.
The one cool thing with the Kato 20th Century Limited set is you get this cool re-railer. It has a couple nice features. So first, it's obviously a re-railer, so you stick it on the track, and you just kind of slide it down it. It's got a little ramp, and it rails your train for you. Second is it has a ruler on it here in the bottom. Kind of cool.
Oh, really?
And then third, it looks like a couple track gauges here, so you can kind of test if your tracks are standard distance apart, which they are. Great. Kind of nice. So the Broadway Limited's left. This bottom bit is supposed to be roughly like a Penn Station sort of vibe, so it's a through station, and it's really going to be like any of the Penn stations. So there'll be Baltimore Penn, Newark Penn, or New York Penn. The middle will be kind of like the 4-track main line of the NEC. And the top, I'm going to actually have like an old school train shed train station where the trains will have to go in one direction and back out the other, and have to go around the loop and go back in. That'll be up there on the left. I don't know if you guys see that. Up there where the blue comet is. That's the blue comet's on the reverse loop up there, but there's tracks up there that I intend to build a little train shed model up there at some point. Roughly modeled after a combination of my favorite train shed stations, which would be York in England, Reading Terminal in Philadelphia, and also Broad Street Station, formerly in Philadelphia. All right,
Yes.
I'm gonna take out the.
Yes, my train's on the top. Dan is on the bottom. Mine is in the attic. His is in the basement. So it makes sense, right? Sorry, I come over occasionally and look at the screen to try to see if people are commenting things. Apparently Franklin approves of the dog train, Dan.
Alright, so I got 3 trains going right now.
Oh man, that is barely making it right there.
What's going on?
I'm dropping off a hopper here, and I have some very tight clearances with 3 cars on this one track. Let's see here. I need to drop off so I'm looking through my cards now, and I'm going to drop off the hopper. See, it says Wilson Stokes, Trenton, dropping off here, holds here, and I picked up all the cars. So, uncoupled it. Let's go on. Then I have to go pick up the rest of the train, and we'll move on to the next spot. The next one is a pottery. Right now, it's a piece of foam. Because I have not done much scenic work yet. But gives you the idea that it's there. And I have a nice little piece of painter's tape that says pottery. Trenton was actually pretty famous for pottery, so I wanted to make sure I kept one on the layout. There's a bunch of them, like Maddox and stuff like that. And these weren't like usually like clay potteries. These were like, they're making toilets. A lot of them made like toilets, sanitary things, all the way up to high, to like really fancy china.
Factory there until not very long ago, right?
What?
American Standard?
Yeah, and the thing is, a lot of them are still kind of in the Trenton area. A lot of them just kind of like moved to Hamilton. So I ended up having to do a bunch of research on it, which probably wasn't even necessary because not many people would probably care. But, you know, let's see here. Connect. There you go. All right. Go ahead.
I'm going to put one train on here. Should I put a train behind the CG1? I've got 2 K4s I can also put out. That would be for the first group to
Uh, you know me. I want K4s. Yeah. Also, yeah, Happy Little Clouds. Yep. Anna, these Happy Little Clouds are courtesy of Anna, my wife. She actually did that for me earlier this week. So it's a new thing. Let's see here. Let me move the camera now. We're going to be close to the pottery. Let's see here. Adjust it a little bit. How are we doing on time anyway? Yeah, of course they're Bob Ross inspired. What are you uh-ohing? I don't want to hear any uh-ohs. I want to hear, oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah. Was that GG1 always carrying just one car?
Where's GG1?
The GG1 used to stop. Oh wait, that's not the GG1. That's the
P5.
Yeah.
Have you not been listening?
No! I am doing work. I am switching cars. I have cars in that with cards. See? Needs to be done. Now I need to figure out what I'm picking up here. So it looks like I'm picking up 3 of these 4 cars here. And I'm keeping the Reading one. Because, of course, I kept the one in front because I like to make things difficult for myself. Truthfully, it's not the worst one. So, what I'm going to do is, because I know these first 2 are ones I just picked up from there, so I don't need to worry about them. I'm going to uncouple those and just grab from those guys. Alright, let's go forward.
So I guess I have a little problem with that. So I had a Auto makes like sort of track expander. Is that the right name for it? Basically, yeah, the whole Pato system is set sort of modular length. And so if you want to make up for some difference, you get these little extendable pieces. And what the problem is here is there's a plate in the middle of the empty piece that's actually curving up a little bit, starting to hit couplers. Some of the basically picking out all my trains that have the lowest hanging couplers and systematically derailing them. Which is fun. So let's get this going back here.
Alright, let's see. So, I have now all of you guys in here. And I got this thing. I need to figure out what's going to the pottery. So this hopper's going to the pottery. And this car at the end's going to the pottery. But this hopper, in theory,
The post-war K4, pre-war K4.
pre-war. At least I want it. I don't care about anyone else. Let's see. What are people saying? Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, this is the content you crave. Yes. Oh, this is Joe. Got it. Joe Mega 64.
Oh. No?
I believe so. At least I think it's your Joe.
Yeah, I think I know which Joe that is.
Yeah.
He's the most Mega Joe.
Yeah, thank you. My shirt is great. You want to know how much of a huge nerd I am? I bought this shirt at a Star Trek convention. And I'm currently standing in a model train room. So, I'm currently king of nerds. But what I was saying is that... What?
That make me the...
You can be the prince of nerds. Yeah. And then you're gonna murder me like Scar, take over, and then Bobby's gonna come back and kill you at some point in the future after she makes friends with what is it? Warthog and a meerkat. So I gotta put this car and this car on this track as well. But the hopper car, in theory, I made this area back here. You know, once I actually make scenery, this is gonna be a little coal trestle that it's gonna have to dump at. So I need to put the hopper car at the very back of this track. So I can't just drop it off anywhere on the track, although it would be easier that way. But half of making this thing is just making things to be slightly hard for myself. Because it's fun. Right? Right? It's fun. It is fun.
So
I know.
I'm gonna put the mail train behind the K4.
Makes sense. By the way, we're at 10-minute warning until we're done, I believe. Oh no, I had a coupler fall off.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh, this is an easy one to put back on. So I'll put back on in a second once I park it.
This is the Microtrain Pennsylvania Railroad mail train set that came out maybe last year. I like it. I think I prefer Kato cars to Microtrain just because I like the couplers better, which is unpopular opinion. But the Kato ones tend to have closer couplers, and then the Microtrains, when they're going up a grade, tend to have like a little slinky action, like they're like inching forward a little bit. Which I don't totally love.
I gotta figure out which coupler I drop off.
We don't have this engine pulling this train, so
So you'll see if it gets up the hill?
yeah, so I'm just gonna have to kind of guess what the
Let's see if I can put this thing back on. Look, even the spring stayed in there, so.
So this is the Bachmann K4, which in N scale, everyone loves to hate Bachmann, but man, it's a pretty nice locomotive. I had issues with the other one where I think because I'm kind of pushing these engines to their limit with the gradients I've got, where actually like the connecting rod like came off, which is not great. But,
Oh no.
Yeah, but you know, I'm bought these trains to run them. Alright, I think I'm only gonna put this, and then they have a little box car came with the set. I'll just put this like a little Railroad Express agency box. I'll just put that in the back. Call that a day. And then without my block control functional, this is about the limit. You know, 4 trains going around at the same time, about the same. That's about the limit. Unless I guess I could put one of the other trains away. But what's the fun in that? I don't like putting things away, as my mother knows. All right.
We never cleaned up our trains. We were bad people. Bad children.
Yeah, I feel like some of the other folks had some better habits for cleaning up than we do. Should I keep the sound on for a second? I think this train actually has a particularly good sound.
Yeah, I think you can. I don't really hear anything right now.
Uh-oh. There we go.
Alright, I need to drop this car off at Pottery. What does the car have in it anyway? Clay. It has clay in it. I had to do an immense amount of research trying to figure out how clay was transported in the 1930s. Because nowadays it's mostly done either in bag form or it's in a covered hopper in quantity. But they didn't actually have covered hoppers much. They were like very barely around in the 1930s. So everything that was transported by them, a lot of things that were in a covered hopper, where you needed like, it was like, you know, a lot of dry goods that you needed, like cement, certain types of gravel you don't want to have like get wet. Basically anything you don't want to get wet, grain, that kind of thing. they were actually shipped in boxcars, and what they would do is have the boxcar here. Can you see? Make sure I can see the boxcar here. They would actually have it so. Let's see if I can open this. They would actually have it so there's basically like a plywood up here, and they'd fill it with plywood here and just dump the grain and stuff in here, and then close the door. I think they would use a plug door usually too. And then to get it out, they would just bust through the plywood with like a sledgehammer, and the stuff would just fall out. And then they'd have to go in and dig it out. Hence why they eventually switched to covered hoppers. But I believe, getting back to the clay was mostly transported in bags at that point. But, once again, in a boxcar. I believe. If someone wants to correct me on that, go ahead, because then I'll just have to change everything on my layout. No, I wouldn't. It'd be fine. I love learning more stuff. Okay, so I just dropped off this boxcar here, and then I have to drop the boxcar off that's way up here that actually it has to stay at the one in Holding here, this renting car. So I got to back the rest of the train up, probably couple up to the caboose, and then put that back. But then I only have one more siding left in the Trenton district. So in theory, this would be happening in conjunction with stuff happening in the yard. I would be bringing a train over from over there and staging. One of the freight trains from staging, and then it would get pulled at the yard we left by that switching engine, and sorted it for that, and then the train from staging would get new cars from that yard to go back to staging, and then once this train gets back, it would pull out and go this way. It is a whole loop up here, but I try to make it so this is like towards north, which would be like New York area. And the other way would be south, which is like Camden and Philadelphia. I don't know. There might be Philly fans here. I don't know why. You never know. You never know.
Go Birds?
Go Birds. Hey, you didn't even notice. You didn't make any comments last night that I was wearing my Eagles shirt, my new Eagle shirt.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I got the new Super Bowl champion shirt thing. I think we're almost done with our stream here. Let me go check. I'll back it up slowly and see if anybody said anything.
All I got is, yep, go Birds. Yes, exactly. Yes. Let's see here.
Got 4 trains going right now.
You got 4? Wow, you're going crazy. Going mad with power.
Got K4 coming out, Billy, just for you.
Yeah.
Some of this crap.
All right, I think if I'm correct, I think this is this train. I got stuff for home rubber. Oh man, I got so many things for that one little siding. I don't know if they're gonna all fit. Oh wait, do I still have another thing for Trenton Potters? No, that's the one I just picked up. Okay. Okay, cool. Cool. I don't know who's running the stream now, Eddie or Dennis, but let me know when you want us to sign off. I think we actually have more operations and actually at a more scenic layout, I believe, than mine is. That'll be coming up if I remember correctly. All right, let's see.
Possible to have a less scenic railroad than mine.
I don't know. Mine's pretty less scenic. Like, Oh man, for the next live stream, oh yeah, vote for the steam engine. Vote for the Mikado. 282.
All right, so my K4 got a little hot on the tail of the blue convict, so he's got to wear his signaler there.
All right, cool. Let me know when you're ready, and we're just kind of still switching. So I got plenty more to switching to do. So let me know when you're ready. I have a whole half of the layout I haven't done yet, and I have a yard. I've got so much work to do. Ugh. It's true. All right, so let's see. Let's go to the next box here. Yeah. Moving the tripod. This is the part where it gets kind of narrow. I'm going to go this way now. Yeah. And I have a bunch of stuff here.
Everyone wants to see my crazy electronics. I don't know if anyone's interested.
Yeah, people love seeing crazy electronics. I love crazy. Watched Frozen too much recently.
Something. This P5 is giving me troubles now.
I've heard those P5s tend to give a lot of people trouble.
Yeah. Uh-oh. It looks like, I don't know what's going on with my K4 over here, but it looks like it's power.
Alright, so I gotta keep the tank car here.
Ooh.
And then I gotta pick up the other two. Okay. Let's see, and then where is...
Alright, so, you guys see, this is my crazy electronic stuff going on with my layout. So I got my controller here. Control the trains in this particular case. I do hook it up to a computer in iTrains. This is how I control them. I could probably use a better one. Over here I've got 3 auto switchers, which are these guys. And I've got 2 stationary coders that control the switches. These are my 2 BDL-168. And then the intent with this is all supposed to be disconnectable. So I have them all for like these software for these guys. I can disconnect them and bring the layout somewhere. So that's sort of what that is. And I'm going to be adding more. I bought a bunch of the European DigiKey stuff, which is kind of cool. But I can't find them at the moment. I bought like 10 of them, which would give me like another 100 blocks sections, which would allow me to get a lot finer details.
Are you trying to show them, Danny, your electronics? Because I don't see any electronics. I see trains.
All right, cool. So sounds like Dennis is ready to go. So if you were watching on our Rail Brothers one, well, first of all, we thank you guys for watching. If you don't follow us already, follow us on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, wherever you follow people. Here, I can actually do this at the camera. The camera's facing me. You can follow us all those places. And right now, if you want to continue watching the Train-A-Thon, wait, we didn't plug it. We need to plug. We didn't plug CHOP at all. We're doing this whole thing. The whole reason we're doing this whole thing is for the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. So make sure to go over there, click the link below, or go to the QR code, wherever it is, and donate to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. The whole reason we're doing this, my daughter's gone there. She's been helped by there since she was little, so they're great people. Don't worry about that. But as I said, it'll help kids that are less fortunate. So do that. And now also, if you want to follow more, watch some more operations with Dennis, if you're not on there already, go over to the Model Train People YouTube. And there's more streaming of train content, I believe, until 6 p.m. tonight. Last I checked, we were at over $800 for Raise for Chop, so let's keep going. I think the goal is try to go to the 1,200. So let's go. Thanks for watching and enjoy.
It is yours, Dennis.
All right, thank you, Billy and Danny, for sharing you guys' awesome layouts. I always love to see your trains running. A lot of trains running, especially on Danny's layout. But really awesome stuff. So I'm taking over next here. I'm going to be running my layout, doing a switch job, maybe two, depending on how long it takes. But I need to do just a touch more setup in maneuvering some things, moving my cameras around. That way you can see my layout. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. But like Billy said at the end there, the reason we are live today, and I actually should update the stream, everything, and make sure the links are all there. But the QR code is on stream to donate to CHOP, the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. We are out here today raising money for CHOP as part of the celebration of the 1-year anniversary of the Model Train People community. So if you have a spare few bucks and can afford to, every little bit helps. We are, at my last check, we were still at 810. Our goal is 1,000. If we can get to 1,200, that would be amazing. That's our stretch goal. So, yeah, we're going to be live until 6 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. So, keep watching, keep hanging out, and I'll be back in just about 5 minutes after I'm done setting everything up, and we can get going with my layout. So I will be right back. Okay. First of all, I want to make sure everyone can hear me. Set that up. There we go. Let me make sure people can actually hear what I'm saying, and that the audio's not too quiet. Okay. Good. Sounds like you can hear me. Oh, excuse me. Goodness. Oh, it's a tight race between the RS3 and the mic right now for what power we're going to use. But before, excuse me, before we set up the power, goodness, my throat is full of phlegm at this moment. All of a sudden out of nowhere. Terribly sorry. But before we set up the power, we need to get the train set up. So this here is Matt Forkum's Ops Buddy tool. This is what I use to set up and make all my switch lists for my switching layout, which is what we're going to be working on today. So all that you need is this Google document, this Google Sheets spreadsheet, and a D20, which is what I've got in my hands right now, to determine what is going to happen on the railroad today, which is pretty fun. So, make sure everything is set up and ready to go here. And actually, I just realized I never took off. Shoot. I never took off the train from last time, so that'll be something that we have to do live. But that's okay, we're doing it live. Doing it live. Alright, so we're going to start off by rolling for basically how this works. The top piece of each excuse me. The top piece of each industry's box here is, will the industry be switched, yes or no? And lower piece is what type of work will it receive? So let me go ahead and uncheck everything here. That way we are all set. Nope. To go. I don't have any session, so you can also add session modifiers. I haven't come up with any yet for the current iteration of the layout. So we're going to start with Balfour Lumber. So I'm going to roll the D20, and we're going to see what we get, and go from there. So D20 roll is a 13, which means yes, the industry will receive cars this session. And we'll roll again. And we got a 6. So the industry will receive 1 boxcar. Alright, let's roll again. We got a 2. So the depot will not be worked this session, which means that the gondola that is currently spotted there needs to be respotted at the end of the session. It's a fun little move that's going to happen. Let's roll again. We got a 10. So because this industry is not getting worked, I can skip right over this to the cement company. So 10 means yes, the Hudson Cement Company will be worked this session. So let's see, make sure that it's just going to get 2 cement covered hoppers. Usually it does, but sometimes it doesn't. 8. So yes, 2 cement covered hoppers. Star Gas, the propane industry. Let's take a look. We rolled a 15, and I had to bring it into the light there. I wasn't rolling in the dark for a second. So yes, Star Gas will be switched, which means we're going to get 1 tank car swapped in there. For Team Tracks, we're going to give it a roll. We got a 10, which means no Team Tracks this session. So this is going to be a relatively quick session then. We're just working lumber, gas, and cement company. So we might have time to do a second. But we're going to see how long it takes to set up this one. So now that we have all of our knowledge of what is going to be worked this session, we move over to the switch list builder, and we can work from here. So pickups are all going to move back to staging or storage. That's going to go over here. CX60 is going to go back in the tank car holding area. And ABX is going to go right here. Team tracks. The Mopac gone got picked up. And the DNH gone got dropped. Both of these got picked up on the last session. So this is the regular length covered hopper. And that's the shorter covered hopper. So let's put that back where it belongs. Bring those two down. And bring these two over here. I'm gonna have to do, let's pick up that Conrail covered hopper because this short Conrail covered hopper because it's currently knocked off the rails with one truck off, which I didn't realize until just now. Okay, so now we jump back over to the roll table, and this is literally a roll table just like you would have in D&D or just like you would have in any tabletop role-playing game, any TTRPG, which makes it pretty easy to just work with. So, one boxcar to the Balfour lumber. So, we're going to put that there as a pickup, and sure, put the rail boxes as a set out. Williams Depot is not going to get worked. Stargas is going to get worked, so we're going to pick up the home gas tank, and we're going to drop off that one. Sure, why not? That covered up, that tank car. I think that's one of the only ones, so that's going to make things a little more interesting. Team tracks do not get worked. I remember that. And the cement company, so these two are going to be picked up. There we go. And so now we need two from down here. Let's grab the Western Maryland. And let's grab the Southern. Why not? Yep. It's a real tight race for who's gonna win the locomotive right now. Basically, if it comes down to I'm ready to go and no one else has voted, what I'm gonna do is roll the D20. If it's 1 to 10, it's going to be the mic. If it's 11 to 20, it's going to be the RS3. So if you got any other opinions, put them in there. I know Danny wants to see that mic real bad. Or Billy does, rather. Danny, I don't know what Danny wants to see. But, so now that we have this all set up and ready to go, the awesome thing about this is, so I guess either way it's going to be a New Haven train, right? The RS3 or the mic. So what I can do is I can copy this whole box here, bring it over to the New Haven ready for print area, paste it in here, excuse me. And now we are ready. Ah, gotcha. Well, that sounds fun anyway. Oh, the mic's winning. The mic is winning. Nick wants to see the mic. Of course he does. Yeah, so all right, let's start. So the nice thing about this page, the reason I copy pasted it over here, is this page makes it real nice and easy to just at a glance see everything. You've got all of your tips and tricks and stuff over here. Theoretically, what I could do is I could just hit Control P on this web page, and it would print out as a real nice 8.5 by 11 paper that I could hand to an operator, or as a PDF that I could send to a virtual operator, or whatever I need, really. This page just formats everything very nicely. All right, I'm not going to use the C425. Let me get that Sentry out of here, and we can start building this train. So the V&M's got to go back over here. Oops, don't do that. There we go. All right, let's see. Make sure everything is where it needs to be to start, and let me make sure I get rid of this train that was here previously. Oh, come on, work with me. This darn thing. Yeah, it's been like a few weeks since I've actually run an off session, so everything is kind of messed up. Should probably make sure I wipe the tracks down real good as well before I start really running things. But oh, someone else voted for the RS3. It's back to a tie. Wow, this is a tighter race than I thought it would be. I was kind of figuring one would win out right away and take the cake, but people really want to see, you guys, Billy and Ray, you guys really want to see the Steam, and there's people out there that really want to see that RS3. Both are beautiful locomotives. Steam supremacy. We got a real battle going on in the chat here. Move all these rail cars out of the way. I'll just pop them on my desk for a moment. Put them away later when I'm just hanging out, watching the rest of y'all put in the work. That tea feels very nice on my sore throat. So I also cannot promise that I won't have any electrical issues today. I need a new cable for my power cab. The little tab that's supposed to keep it all the wires hooked in has snapped off, so it's very loose in its connection. Water, dinosaur blood. Alright, well, we're keeping it tight all the way to the end here with this race. So let me start building this train here. Okay, so I got everything set up. Let me get my BNCCS caboose out of here, and let's get a New Haven caboose on there. I believe I put in my rolling stock box. Yep, there it is. It seems like it might just have to come down to a roll of the die. Well, actually, before I put that on, let me get my tracks cleaned quickly, because that will give you all more time to argue about which is better, steam or diesel. Look, I love steam, but I model the diesel era, so I have some steam locomotives to run as excursions and occasional revenue freight trains, but most of what I've got is diesel. I like them both, so I'll let you guys decide. That way no one gets mad at me. No, I'm just kidding. Well, I was gonna give it a little more of an option, Ray. I was gonna roll my d20. 1 to 10 would be the mic. 2 to not 2. 11 to 20 would be the RS3. But we are going to wait till the very end, till the whole train is built. I'm waiting on the tracks here for the locomotive before I come down to that. That way anyone else who comes in and might want to have an input in that 20. And look, we might just have time, depending on how quickly this session goes, we might have time to run another switch job and do the other choice. So you might all be happy. You might all get happy. You might all get a chance to see what you want. They're all beautiful locomotives, so. There we go. I've cleaned, I think, all the track. I should have been doing this more methodically. What I should have been doing, but I was focusing on the chat instead of what rail my finger was cleaning. So. There we go. I think that's all the rail cleaned. Alright, so let's build this train. So I need the hidden caboose at the rear. So I guess while I'm setting this up, for anyone who hasn't tuned into any of my stuff in the past and doesn't know what I do, I model between the years 1975 and 1985. I base my modeling off of the New Haven, but I have a freelance road, the Balfour and Colucci Creek Southern, which runs basically in the 1950s when the New Haven was basically bankrupt from the horribly mismanaged McGuinness presidency. The Interstate Commerce Commission, well actually let's go back further. In the 1930s, in the Great Depression, the New Haven was bankrupt. They were looking to abandon a bunch of lines, and the ICC wouldn't let them. Of course, in my history. In real history, they didn't do this. But in my history, they were looking to abandon a bunch of lines, and the Interstate Commerce Commission wouldn't let them. So what they did was they sold off the Maybrook line from Danbury, Connecticut to Maybrook, New York, to my much smaller at the time Balfour and Colucci Creek Southern, which had just merged from two railroads, the Balfour Railroad and the Colucci Creek Southern Railway, which were small, just local operators on either side of the Hudson from each other. They merged and they took. They bought the Maybrook line between Danbury and Maybrook. So Danbury became the new swap point for the New Haven. Fast forward 20 years, 1954, the McGuinness presidency ends in disaster, as it does in our timeline, and the Interstate Commerce Commission designates the Balfour and Colucci Creek Southern as the designated operator of the New Haven Railroad. And I'm just realizing I didn't update the reporting marks on this car because I've relettered it. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. So I'm just gonna do this manually for now. I'll go back in and fix it later if I can ever. Thank you. What was I? Yeah, so the BNCCS became the designated operator of the New Haven, and the two railroads ran under the same management until 1980, or 1983, which is when the New Haven was officially merged into the Balfour and Collegiate Creek Southern Railroad. So I model the time period between 1975 and 1985, so the very kind of end of the two railroads running as separate, which allows me to run all of the reporting marks, which I think is very fun. So this is an ACFX 17452. There we go. Now it's accurate, and I will have to go back in and update that on the back end after the stream. Get this big, long, 33,000 gallon tank car. Whoops. Just caused an East Palestine moment on accident. There we go, coupled up. And then I need the two covered hoppers. Okay. I need the Western Maryland and the Southern. And I want to make sure I get the right Southern car because I have two of them. This is 232. I need 232. Perfect. There's that car. And where is my Western Maryland covered hopper? Where is that thing? Excuse me. Is it over here? I'm not sure where that car went. I might have to swap that out on the fly for another car. Because I can't locate that box at the moment. Oh, never mind. There it is. Got it. We're good. Alright. Throw those on the train. And then it looks like it's going to come down to a roll of die as to whether we're getting the Mikado or the RS3. And it is 11:40. And it usually takes me 30-40 minutes. So yeah, looks like we're going to get a chance to see both in action. As long as one op session or the other doesn't take me forever to do. And I don't have horrific issues with electric problems coming up. Okay, so let me go ahead and pull up my camera views. That's going to go away. These are both going to turn on. There's the layout. Welcome to the BNCCS Balfour Industrial. I hope you all enjoy the layout. And ignore all the loud noises as I put away all the boxes I took out to search for all my cars. Still going, Ray. Still going. Welcome to the stream. It's good to have you here, my friend. We have raised, at my last check, we raised $810 overnight to donate to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, which is incredible that we raised so much in such a little time. Let me check real quick and see what our current time is as I roll this D20 to determine whether we're doing a steam or diesel run. Fund me. Yep, we're at $810 raised as of this moment. Our goal is 1,000. Our stretch goal is 1,200. So we have, what is that, six and a half hours to get $200 more, which I think we can do. So let's roll this D20 and see if we are running the 282 or the RS3. We got a 4. So Nick and Billy, you guys are going to be happy. We're going to be starting off with the 282 mic. Now I just have to remember where I put it. I think it's in the bag over here. was in this bag. Okay. Here, in this bag. Oh no, you know where it is? I know where it is. It's over here. It's in this. It's still in here from Amherst. Nope, it's right here. There's the box. Okay, so we have this very, very nice New Haven 282 Mikado from Broadway Limited. If I can carefully remove it from the box. This is the only Broadway Limited steam locomotive I have. Only Broadway Limited locomotive I have currently. Period. We are going to carefully rail this. Trailing truck does not want to stay on, and there goes the smoke. The smoke, the smoke box door, popping right off. I don't know why mine is so loose. My smoke box door is very loose for some reason. There we go. Pop that right back on there. Now re-rail it again. Couple it to the train, shove it back over there, and now we can begin the session. Hooray! Okay, let me make sure the chat is pulled up here so I can see it. Let me open up my Y Throttle app. That way I can go ahead and can't because my Y throttle is not plugged in yet. I almost forgot to do that. Got to plug in my JMRI hookup and start the Y throttle server. There we go. Let me move all these boxes out of my way. Pro? Is that the program that I need? I forget. Alright, so the 282 has one. We've got it all set up. Let me end poll. There we go. Servers. Start Y throttle server. There we go. And there we go. What? It was there. Where did it just go? Did I close it on accident? Dang it. Ah, I'm such a klutz right now. This cold is kicking my butt in a major way, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Okay. Servers. Start button. Why can I not start the Y? Throttles. Serve. might just have to. Might have to use my actual NCE cab, which would be okay. It's just going to be interesting because of the fact that I need a new cable for it. Oh, be quiet, insulin pump. I know my blood sugar is slightly high right now. Start vital server. There we go. Got it. Okay, this is 3106 set. Throttle. What? Why is this not working? Hello? Oh. Okay. Why are you not working? Do I have my things plugged into the wrong sides? I think I do. Oh, jeez. Well, I might be having some electrical issues, and I may not be able to get this to work. Oh, I see what happened. One of my wires came out of the hookup to the NCE system. Alright, let me fix that real quick. Oh, goodness. What was I saying last night, all night, about those gremlins always coming out the second you hit the go live button? Yeah, those gremlins are still here. Alright, let me get this wire hooked back in. Okay, do that all the way down. Nice and tight. Yeah, those gremlins, they are relentless. I am telling you. Okay, we are hooked up to the system. What? Okay, now why isn't it working? Now I have no idea why it's not working. Because everything should be plugged in properly. It was working before, I swear! Alright, well, let me see if it's the locomotive. Let me try putting my C425 on. 2555. Nope, it's not the locomotive. It's the system. What the heck is going on here? What on earth is the problem? Well, this may be a dud, folks. I don't know what to say. My layout was working earlier, I swear. Oh, jeez, now I've gone and tossed the train. I'm not entirely sure what's going on here, people. I really don't know. Well, we might be out of luck here. I don't know what's going on here. And I don't know why it's going on. I got everything. I swear to y'all, I tested it earlier and it worked fine. Oh, goodness gracious. People, please make this work. Oh, jeez. Why the heck this does not work? I know, Danny or Billy, I know, but it's still frustrating, you know. Yeah, well, I'm the president, so is what it is, right, Nick? Try unplugging everything and plugging everything back in. Yeah, I might be SOL, people. Kill the power, turn the power back on, see if that works. It's so confusing because, like, my power cab turns on, everything, all the lights turn on and everything, like it should be working. Nothing runs. Well, sorry to disappoint everyone. But, I think we may not be able to see the trains running today. Unfortunately. Unless I can get this to work. No, nothing's shorting. Nothing should be shorting. Because if it was shorting, it would tell me on my power cab. It would shut off. Got no short circuits. Jeez, this sucks. Oh, I see what the... No, I don't see what the problem is. I felt for a second that it might have been my wire came off the rail, but that's my jumper wire. I mean, I can try hooking it up to my DC system and seeing if it's just something with the DCC. If it works on the DC, then hey, we're in business. Let me find my DC controller and get that hooked up. My Hail Mary. Take out the old Bachman little brick. And we might just be able to see some trains run. Yeah, I might have to get a voltmeter out later and test everything, but not really into doing troubleshooting like that live. Okay, so I got this hooked up. Hook up the wire here. Okay, so it is something. It's something with the DCC system. All right. Well, we're not going to get fancy schmancy sound, but we'll get the basic sounds. All right. Well, let me get the train all hooked up again. I might just have to do some desoldering and resoldering later today. I might do a live stream later tonight after the Train-A-Thon ends here on my channel, if I can get things working, to run the job with the DCC. But my suspicion is that it's just from the fact that my cable's broken and I need to get a new cable. I think I might actually have another cable around somewhere, but I don't know where it is, and it's not going to be easy to find, so... Okay, well, here we go. Okay, it's alive. I forgot to uncouple this. This is supposed to stay over here at the entrance to town. Alright. Well, we are doing the thing. So let's go ahead and get this going. Alright, where's my uncoupling pick? It's over here on my desk, I think. I saw it yesterday here. Didn't I? Well, I can always use one of these, I guess. These ought to work just fine. Okay. So, let's go ahead and uncouple. Throw that turn out. Throw this turn out back. Reverse. Okay. Now we're into forward. Throw this switch, make sure that switch is lined. Okay. We are switching, folks. So the first thing we're going to do is we are going to go ahead and couple up to this box car here, this rail box, and grab the rail box and the tank car. And we're going to swap the tank car, which I actually forgot to pick up. Whoopsies. That's supposed to be not on the ground. And so is that, and so is that, and so is everything. So let me fix all that real quick. Okay, now everything should be on the rails. Alright, so we're going to use this box car as a buffer car. Go ahead and drop this tank car off up here at the propane company. Propane and propane accessories, of course, as Hank Hill would say. That tank back there, so it got knocked off earlier. Okay. Oh, nice. Thanks, Nick. I appreciate that. But yeah, mine, my standard flat cable had, what the, little nub that's supposed to clip it into place popped off because I've had this wire for years now. So we will line the train up to here. There we go, coupled up. So now let's pull this tank car out of here. Alright. Go ahead and temporarily spot this tank car on the lead to the team track. Uncouple that. There we go. Now let's pull back, spot the whale belly where it is going. Up here. There we go. Nice. Yeah, this layout is not based off anything in particular. This is a layout that I just kind of drew up about, oh Lord, I don't know, 8 years ago now, I guess, 9 years ago now. I drew this up while I was in high school. Whoa. Jump the track. There we go. Yeah, I just kind of drew this up when I was in high school, and built it actually as part of a school project, which was pretty fun. But it's not based off anything in particular, and I've actually reworked some of the track work because it was really pretty poor. But yeah, I'm having a lot of fun just building this and scenicking it and putting it together and making it as real as I can make it. Jeez, this DC control is, you know, extremely finicky with this DCC controller, DCC locomotive rather. I really don't love doing this, but you know, if it works, it works, right? So this is a 1 foot by 6 foot layout. The biggest thing that I don't like about it is that it just feels a little too cramped. I actually took out, you can kind of see there were 2 tracks right here, and I took one of the tracks out. Excuse me. And I also realigned this track here slightly further over. That way it is parallel to the other track. Because this is originally in the design, these were all 4 of these tracks went into 2 warehouses basically, which doesn't really make a ton of sense because there's no space for the people to unload the boxcars from the warehouse. So I have reworked that into a team track. We're just going to get a nice loading dock run down the center and a propane dealer, which is just going to have the unloading facilities for the tank cars, which is much more reasonable. And I'm going to actually add some interesting operations to the tank car unloading, because you're going to need to, like I did here, you're going to need to use a box car as a buffer car, or some other type of car as a buffer car. And you are, eventually there's going to be a fence line running all the way around here and here, and there's going to be a gate approximately here that the operator is going to actually have to open before they can bring their car in, do their switching, and then close the gate before they leave. So I think that's going to be fun. It's going to be an interesting little operational addition. Nope, I have the wrong direction. There we go. Yeah, I've picked up a lot from reading articles about other people's layouts and operating on other people's layouts and stuff. I've picked up a lot of interesting little things. When we get down to the cement industry down here, which I'm very happy with my unloading shed. My unloading shelter came out beautifully. I'm very happy with how that came out. But when we get down there, you'll see it's not just a lot of these other industries have all been just standard. Pick one up, drop one off. This down here is a little more complex, and when we get there, you'll see why. But it's a little more than just a pick and a drop, which adds a little bit of extra fun. Alright, go power, go the switch, go this switch. Also got to get a ground throw for this, or a motorized throw for this, because this switch here has just kind of a couple pins holding it in place for now. Oh, and I didn't actually couple. Hey, you know, it might be worth it, Nick. If there's some modules that you're not super happy with the scenery on, that might not be a bad plan. Okay, so now we get the interesting part, which is that we have this car spotted right here in front of the bottom camera at the depot here. But that car is not getting switched. So we need, we need to spot that car, off spot that car. Goodness. There we go, much better. Clear my throat. We need to off spot this gondola. It's not done being unloaded yet. We're going to spot it just on the ladder here. Sorry, I just needed to clear my throat. Okay, so we're going to spot that gondola on the ladder into the industrial leads. Just like here. And then we will have to respot that car before we depart. And now throw that turnout to reverse back down to the lumber industry. Go. Coupled up to the, yep, it's the Virginia Midland boxcar. That's from Home Shops. Chris Palmieri at Home Shops. It does an awesome job bringing freelance railroads to production runs. So this is an Atlas rebuilt 40-foot boxcar that he's got the Virginia Midland paint scheme on. You know, the logo and everything. So it's very nice, and I enjoyed weathering this car down quite a bit. Actually, it was a lot of fun to weather, and I was glad I got to show it to Chris at the show in Amherst. But now we need to spot this rail box down at the lumber yard. Uncouple and pull away. Reverse. So the switch. Now, normally when I'm operating by myself, I do things a little slower. I use the Conrail 1245 Train Crew web app, which basically adds a bunch of timers and things. I don't know why this is not coupling. There you go. But the Train Crew web app adds a whole bunch of timers into the operating scheme. Timers for coupling and connecting levers, connecting hoses rather, for uncoupling, for setting handbrakes, for locking and unlocking turnouts, all sorts of fun things like that, which add a little bit more time to the switching job, which for me is always the goal. My goal is to stretch out switching as much as possible, because, you know, we do it real quick in the model railroad world, but in reality, it takes a long time. So my goal is always to stretch things out as much as possible, even down to stuff like, you know, this car, any car here tends to roll a bit. There's a slight grade down, so you have to set the handbrakes. And by setting the handbrakes, I mean there's this little, I've got this little wheel stop piece that actually I need to paint these yellow. I've got a few of them. But you've got to put this on the rails here to block the car from rolling out and fouling the industrial main or industrial ladder before you can pull away. So I try and add all of these little things in to stretch out switching and make it as real as possible, because I find that fun. Alright, so let's go ahead and shove this Virginia Midland boxcar all the way down. A little bit more. There. Now, uncouple. Also, let me get this C425 out of here. Completely forgot. Completely went blind to the fact that was still there. Alright, so now let's run down. Oops. Almost forgot to throw the switch. Right. Throw the turnout. That turnout and this turnout. We're going to shove down, pick up that boxcar, bring it back into the runaround. Okay. Uncouple the locomotive from the rest of the train, because now we need to run around the whole train again. Shove these two covered hoppers out onto the main so we can get them on our front coupler. Something else that I can do with this layout that's pretty fun, because I've got these lights up in my room, I can go night mode by simply turning off the main lamp in my room and keeping the lights on like a bluish purple. I can go ahead and activate night mode. And because I've got all the buildings lit up and everything, it looks like it's nighttime, which is a lot of fun. A lot of fun to run. And I've got a little flashlight here for if I've got anyone here running the layout with me. So they can go ahead and light up the numbers if they need to on the sides of the cars. But it's not great for people to watch online, so, but it's a lot of fun to do. All right, let's shove these two cars out onto the main. Not sure why it's doing that. let's spot those two right here. And now let's reverse out of here. Nope, I uncoupled you. Why did you recouple? There we go. Yeah, it's pretty sweet there. I always enjoy night running. I think it's such a neat part of model railroading because the real railroad doesn't go to sleep at night. They keep working. So, oh shoot. Don't mind me. I'm just quickly plugging in my computer because it's about to die. There we go. Now we're good. Now the stream won't suddenly end. Okay. Let's reverse back. And now I'll show you the switcheroo that we have to do for the cement industry down here. A little further. Alright, throw the switch. Uh-oh. Locomotive jumped the rails for a minute there. I'm not sure why. It's never happened before. Alright. So first thing we need to do, so to turn out we're going to pick up the two empties. The CNJ car still needs to get weathered. And this Conrail car too. Alright, so we've got those two. Now let's shove again. Because now we have these two spotted loads here and here. Both of these need to be dropped on the unloading track before anything else can happen. We'll have a couple. There we go. So now we can go ahead and spot these two on the unloading track. Throw that turnout. Alright, let's shove these two cars in there, and these two cars are a couple of my favorite weathering jobs on those two covered hoppers. Let's uncouple. Pull back. Oh. There we go. I didn't say uncouple the locomotive. So now we have to quickly spot these two on the main for a moment. And why didn't the locomotive jump again? What is here that's causing the locomotive to jump the rails? This is never a problem I've faced before. That's very bizarre. It's those gremlins, I'm telling you. The second you go live, those gremlins come out in force. Huh. Anyways. Come on. And now we'll throw this turn out. Put these two on the drop track. Alright, drop these two off. Some of these cars I really need to swap the couplers on still. Oops. Some couplers don't like to uncouple from each other. For example, what I'm dealing with right here, the Athearn McHenry and the Atlas, or the, whatever the, not Michael Trains, the Broadway Limited coupler is, really don't like to uncouple from one another. Alright, let's throw that. Now we'll shove that to there. Uncouple. There we go. Reverse direction. Right, throw turnout, and we throw the turnout down here as well. We will shove all the way down. Couple up. And we will spot this on the runaround for just another minute. Good. Uncouple from the locomotive. Now we gotta have the locomotive run back. We're gonna pick up our caboose, which is all the way down at the, at the track coming into town. And now we have to pull the caboose. Oh my goodness, don't do that. I really need to take out another one of my wheel stops and put it there that way, because the runaround is on a slight downgrade. Alright, let's couple this caboose onto the rear of the train. Okay, and now we get the VM boxcar re-rails, that way it can actually roll again. Pull the locomotive around the train. And it will have to reverse back to the yard because this job is a turn. So now we're going to have the train locomotive shove on to the head end of the cut of cars here and slowly pull back. If I had had DCC, I would have had time now for set up one more session, but there's just not time in less than half an hour. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and plug the fundraiser. We are streaming today on Model Train People to celebrate our 1-year anniversary as a community. And in order to celebrate that, we are raising money for the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. QR code on screen is the way to get there to our fundraiser link. Don't actually think that the description currently has the link because I don't think I set that up. So I will make sure to set that up as soon as I'm done here. Excuse me. And get that link in there for anyone who can't use the QR code. But we are, at my last time I checked, which was when I kind of was starting things up here about an hour and a half ago, we were at $810. We have 5.5 hours left to reach our goal of $1,000. And if we reach that, then our stretch goal, as the train slowly backs out of town here, our stretch goal is $1,200. So if we can reach $1,200, that would be amazing. If we can reach 1,000, that would be awesome as well. So, what if you can give anything to help us out? We are raising money for an excellent cause. Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, they do great work to assist children in need of medical care in the greater Philly area. South Jersey, Southeast PA. And they do a lot of really excellent work. And by helping us fundraise, you're helping them have the funds they need to do the work they do and help out kids in need. So, if I can figure out where I put my phone down, I can check our latest numbers. I don't know where I put. Oh, my phone is under the throttle. So let's see if what our latest numbers are by reloading the page. Might still be at 810, which would be fine. Yep, still at 810. So we've got 5.5 hours now to wrap up our goal and get to the end. I might put in another $25 after I hop off here as well. But thank you all for $810 so far going to Chop. We're so close to our goal, less than $200. So let's push it over the line over the next few hours. So what I'm gonna do now, because I really don't have time for another op session, is I'll just quickly give you all a walk, or I guess a quick overview of my layout, I suppose. I'm gonna grab this here camera, and I'm gonna try my best to be gentle so that no one gets motion sick as I'm walking around here. But this is the fictional town of Balfour, New York, and its industrial park. So we've got the main line here that runs through town and continues off to the east. That the eastbound that way is towards Highlands, New York, where the Poughkeepsie Bridge is on the west shore of the Hudson. If you continue back east, where the train is currently sitting, eastbound you will wind up, or westbound, excuse me. If you continue west, where the train is sitting, westbound you will wind up in the town of Maybrook, New York, which is where the major terminus yard is, which interchanges with the Erie-Lackawanna Railroad, Conrail, so I guess depending on the year I'm modeling any given day, either Erie-Lackawanna or Conrail. And at one time they also interchanged with the NYO&W, the Lehigh in New England, the Lehigh and Hudson River, major interchange yard at Maybrook. We have the runaround track right here. That was where the train was sitting for a lot of the ops. Whenever cars were not being switched actively, they were sitting in the runaround. Up off the ladder from the runaround, we have the tracks up to the industrial park. So this top track, as I said during the session, this is the Star Gas propane dealer. So they get tank cars of propane, and they're going to get a fence around them. They're currently working on the Walters kit to kind of build that out. The tracks beneath, directly south of that are the team track. So all of the industries in town that are not all adjacent to the rail line, they get their deliveries to the team track, and I'm going to build a wooden loading dock down the center of those two tracks to facilitate loading and unloading of those cars. Continuing back to the west, we have the depot, which I need to come up with a new name for. Williams Depot is what it's called right now. Basically, the idea is that it's a small hardware store that still gets deliveries occasionally from the railroad of tools and supplies and stuff. So that's what that structure is, with the gondola spotted in front of it. This is just a building that's along the rail line. It doesn't get rail served. And over here is my scratch-built lumber yard. So we've got a small lumber yard here with a drying shed and everything, and that gets box cars and the occasional center beam. And that was a lot of fun to build, actually. It's all built out of cardstock and basswood sticks. So continuing back to the south and east, we have this track breaking off the main to the south of the main, continuing down here, and this goes to the Hudson Cement Company. And you saw the little switcheroo that I had to pull to do the switching here. I just built this unloading shelter, styrene, corrugated styrene. I gotta fill out the interior details as well, since you can see right through it. But what I might do is also take some pieces of the Medusa cement kit and put them here and here to kind of build that out. And then at the very eastern side of town, we're going to get a little road that cuts through roughly like this. And we're going to have the sales house for the propane dealer right here roughly. So that's kind of what the town is going to overall look like. And the forest over here on the southwest side of town is going to kind of peter out into here, and this section of scenery is going to be a little dirtier, a little more industrial. Same up here. We're going to get some more trees in here, kind of petering out as you get further into town as well. Theoretically, we are on the western side of the town of Balfour. most of the town is off to the east over there, kind of back this way to the north and the east. So that's kind of how things are laid out, which is why both roads kind of cut up that direction. So that's kind of how the town's laid out, and that's kind of what we deal with here when I'm doing my switching, and that's my layout. So if you want to see more, I've got more up on my YouTube channel, N-Scale Train Boy. But with that said and done, I think what I'm going to do is put on the Be Right Back screen and get set up to help Sam as he is bringing us live footage from the train show at the Willard Library today. So thanks for tuning in, y'all. Thanks for $810 so far, and let's reach that goal. I will be back in a minute, or several minutes rather. just real quick. Make sure this is working. Is this working? Testing, testing. Can you in the chat hear me? Did I kill my mic on accident? Uh-oh. Did I kill my mic? Can you hear me in the chat? Anybody? Uh-oh. Okay, you can hear me. Okay, good. Good, good, good. I thought I killed my mic on accident. You're good. While we're waiting on Sam to get back to me here, we're gonna do a quick audio test with Sam before we bring him on. So we're gonna go back to an intermission for a minute, but I just want to thank David for the $50 to the cause. We're now at $860. We are $140 away from our $1,000 goal. So let me do this mic test with Sam, and we'll be right back. We're good. So, welcome back to Sam. He is at the Willard Library with the what is it? Loco Model Railroad Club, I believe. If I got that right.
I've got the logo for it right
here. There you go. So, you guys are at the train show at the Willard Library today, right? So,
yep, we're at the historic Willard Library in beautiful urban downtown Evansville, Indiana. There's our skyline, or what's left of it, after they tore down the largest tower in between Louisville, Indianapolis, Nashville, and St. Louis. But this one's been around for a while, and we're actually right next to the remnants of the old Chicago and Eastern Illinois main line
Nice.
that used to go through downtown. You can actually kind of see it right there. It goes right underneath the Lloyd Highway to the other side.
Yep.
The line was taken out of service because of the highway. The city wanted to have the expressway built, and so they decided, you know what, let's tear up the railroad. They can take a northern route out of town, and so, yeah, all that's left is serving Berry Plastics right here, which gets about 5 to 10 cars a day, 5 days a week, sometimes more. But anyway, we'll head inside here, kind of down to the basement, and take a look at our train show.
Yeah.
This is a very nice library. It's a bit old and rustic. It has a lot of history in it, the whole history of the town and when we were founded back in the early 1800s. We were actually a big focal point for not only railroads as a junction between the northern and southern railroads, but we were also a big World War II town.
Oh, nice.
So we built the majority of the P-47 Thunderbolts in town, or that were used in the war, as well as a bunch of the LST ships. We're going to head into the Browning Gallery, where we have our model train set up. So today we actually have 4 different scales on display. This is our main HO scale layout. Back there we have my N scale layout in its current state, and 2 other N scales. We've got our Lionel O scale set up here. It's a little smaller today than our normal shows. And then over in the corner, we have a little bit of Z scale as well.
Oh, nice.
And of course some wooden trains. So
you gotta have the wooden trains for the kids.
Say what?
Gotta have the wooden trains for the kids.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's been a staple of our show. So one of my favorite buildings on here is actually the Lionel dealership.
Oh, nice.
Because if you look inside, it actually has mini trains running around on the inside.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, we've got a couple other buildings. Some of these are Lionel, some of these are Menard, but they are all wonderful. Like I said, this is a smaller setup than normal because one of the members wasn't able to make it, but we still have it.
Yeah, you know, you got what you got.
Then over here, of course, we got our classic HO scale layout. This is the Jim Veneta Memorial Museum, where we have a couple of layouts. Jim Veneta was one of our biggest members, and he passed away not too long ago. I believe he had actually built this museum display, and so we more or less named it in his honor.
Nice.
Got a couple old trains, DeWitt Clinton, Generals, and a few others in here. So
very nice.
we of course have the Old West Town. Every layout has to have an Old West Town on it. And of course, Burlington Northern Caboose turned into a house.
Very
Why
nice.
We got, of course, the historic Rock City lookout, billboard roofs from the barns. And since we're in the Indiana coal country area, what layout in this area wouldn't be complete without a coal mine? Uh-oh, we got a derailment.
Slow down.
Is it gonna stop in time? It's got momentum.
Oh boy.
It's close.
Just in
Stay.
time.
Yay! Crisis averted.
No one needs to call the
All
FRA.
thanks to Casey Jones. You just witnessed me just film that and do nothing. But yeah, this is actually my favorite thing of clips of 3 different of all the different trains running over these bridges. I could literally just set up a webcam here and just run this for an entire show just because of how scenic it is. You got people fishing, you've got a whole bunch of calls. So, over here, of course, is running without a hitch for
Awesome.
once. Managed to get it completely set up and running.
Doing better than me.
Say what?
Doing better than me today. My NCE cable is acted up, so I had to switch to DC power for my layout.
The gremlins hopped across the country.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And of course, we got a couple of different N-scale setups over here. And these ones are always cool. I love this little display. One of our members actually came up with these, and it just explaining the distance sizes and what each scale, like the speed scales, represent.
Yeah,
And it
that's
really puts model train speeds into perspective.
Yeah. That's an awesome graphic.
Yeah, I need to get a copy of these.
Yeah.
We got our other setup here, and this one actually has a back and forth setup here.
Oh,
in the middle,
fun.
where it's actually programmed to go back and forth on its own. And this one we actually have set up so that if the kids want, they can run Thomas the Tank Engine around the layout.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So, find a good way to get them interested.
Yeah.
I'll head over here real quick and take a look at the Z scale.
Yeah. See if we can even see it.
Say what?
See if we can even see it.
Oh yeah, I'm sure we can.
Yeah, that Z-scale stuff is, I mean, it always impresses me with just how little it is, but how well it runs.
Alrighty. Like literally, you can tell like how big it is compared to my hand,
Uh-huh.
just to give you a scale representation. Anyway, we will do a couple of interviews here just to talk about the club and everything. So, all right, you ready for the interview?
Well, what are you gonna ask?
The information about the club. You are club president after all.
Right.
So we can step outside so it's a little easier to hear.
I don't know.
Say what? Oh, don't worry about it. You'll be fine. You're club president. You're better. So. All right. This is Ryan Scott. He is the current president of the local Loco Model Railroad Club. Do you want to tell us a little bit about the club, its history, and why we keep it going as we do?
It was started back in the 80s, and it's just something to get guys together. If you don't have a room to lay or a layout at home, you can come in and have a short layout, and we put them all together. It makes a bigger layout, and you be able to run bigger trains. The more we have, the bigger trains we can have. And it's just to get more people involved and just get more people enthused with model trains.
Okay. Now, could you explain to people why we're set up here at a library instead of, say, something like a model train show?
We generally set up at libraries. A lot of times there's foot traffic in the libraries already, and we try to find vendors that will let us in for free so we can keep the show events free. And we don't charge admission, and that's something we've always done.
And that's just because we believe that we want to have people be able to see how affordable this hobby can be no matter what.
Yes, we just want to do this for the public, we don't want to make any kind of profit or anything like that.
All right. So how long have you been in the club?
I think I started in 2003, so been a few years.
All right. And what made you decide to join the club?
One of the members invited me.
All right. And who was that?
Dave King invited me.
Dave King. Okay.
So we started coming in together, and I slowly got into it. And unfortunately, things changed for him with work-wise. He could not be able to come, but I still come, and we're still keeping in contact and keeping it in the loop.
Okay. So, all right. Well, Ryan, thank you very much for taking the interview. I appreciate it. Enjoy continuing running the trains, and I'm sure we'll see you around as well.
Thanks, Sam.
Yep.
Awesome. Seems like a good guy.
All right. And then there is one other person that we need to interview with, and that is Nathan Glick. Do you want to step outside real quick so we can, just to give you a kind of a little bit of a hint of what we're doing here, and we'll explain more about this later.
Ah.
So, all right. As I said, this is Nathan Glick. He's one of our newer members for the club. First off, how did you find out about this club, and what made you decide to join?
I found it on the internet. I was trying to find a club because I was interested. When I grew up, I played around with trains whenever I was young. There was a local club in our town that I was involved in as a kid.
Okay.
I found it on the internet and came to my first meeting. I think it was in about August of last year, and become a member, and I've enjoyed it very much.
All right. So as we saw, there was a little bit of a display with a boxed train set out there. Do you want to tell us a little bit about what that is?
Yeah, so we had an anonymous donor donate that train set. What it is we're doing 4 shows this year, and we're offering a chance to win that train set each show that we have. The child from the age of 8 to 18 is able to win that train set. That's just try to get kids in the club and get kids involved in the trains.
Of course, because I mean, we don't have too many young members. We do have young members. I believe we actually just had one member that just graduated into official memberhood by birthright, more or less. And he's, I think, a 3rd generation member.
That's right. That's what I understand.
Yeah. So having this, it really shows people, it gives people an opportunity to get into the hobby, give them an opportunity to learn about what it is, and help the hobby grow in general.
Yes. Because if you're just starting out, you don't know what to buy, what the right thing is, what the wrong thing is. So with that starter kit, at least you get a start. Well, I don't need this, don't need that.
Right.
So it's just a great way to hopefully entice the kids to be involved in this club.
Right. Now, how would someone enter this specific contest?
We're doing, you're putting your name, phone number, and address, and we're doing like and share our Facebook page. And that's all you have to do to enter. And then we'll draw the winner at the very last show. I think it's October 26th at 4:00, and then we'll call the winner and then ship it to them.
All right. And how can people get tickets?
You get tickets by coming to a show that we're at.
Okay.
We're here today. March 29th we'll be at Shepherd Hill. September 20th we will be in Owensville, Indiana, and October 25th we will be at Henderson, Kentucky at the library.
All right. And you can find more detailed information about where our shows are on our Facebook page?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, by just joining and subscribing to our club, and that will let you get any of the information that we have that we're doing, upcoming shows and events.
All right. And would people also find out how to join our club if they wanted to on our Facebook page as well?
Yes. Yep. There's information there, or you can also go to llmr.com, and that is our official website.
Is it .com or .club? I want to double check. Okay, I thought it was llmr.club, so I can double check, and I'm sure we have the correct website on the Facebook page.
Yes.
But yeah. So, and how much does it cost to be a member in our club?
It's $20 a year.
All right.
You pay that in January after we do the first of the year meeting.
Okay, so $20 a year doesn't sound like a bad thing to have an Outlook venue kind of like this, and of course a monthly fellowship with members.
Yes,
so
it's a great way to see. And then, like in December, we do dinner instead of having a meeting. We actually go and, as a group, and do a dinner at a local place in Hopstad, Illinois. It's kind of famous. And that's just another way for us to be together and enjoy each other.
All right. Now, do we have things where our members can go to each other's houses and see their layouts and stuff?
Yes. Yes, we do we do all get together and do different things. We're actually going to be working on this layout later this year at my location in a garage that I have, and we'll be doing some updates. And actually, I think in the process of building a new one, we're going to start breaking ground on it.
Right.
I think in probably in April.
All right. So this current layout that we have here, that's going to be going away, and we'll be having a brand new start with a new layout.
Yes, the dream is in be next summer to put it into full production if we don't get it there before the end of the year.
All right, and that'll be an exclusively HO layout, or is it going to be multi-gauge, or what?
Just an HO 3-track.
Okay.
Not with the mountains. I think it's going to stay more on the flat side of the scenery.
Okay. So that's going to be more like an NMRA standard
Yes,
design?
Yes,
Okay.
that is the idea. And then the idea is that each guy would own his own module,
Mhm.
and he would be able to go and participate at other shows and things, Or the idea is maybe to set up at Evansville at the Armory as a group, not as a group, just as individuals, and get others to come and participate.
Right, so it kind of gives us that freedom because, as we've said, we don't have shows where people can pay. So obviously, a show like the model train show at the Armory in Evansville that happens 2 times a year, people have to pay in for that. So obviously, the club itself is restricted from going to that, but by building this new layout and having members own each section, it allows us to expand ourselves outside of the reaches of our club's restrictions.
Yes, yes.
All right, so that, and it adds an extra opportunity for more people to actually get involved in the club. So
yes, because I think the way the rules are wrote, we can still hand out things about the club. We just can't be there as the club.
Okay, which is understandable because that's part of the goal. We're trying to
Yes.
make this a hobby as affordable for everyone at the entry level as possible, and that's about the only way we can do it.
Yeah.
But then by going to shows and actually having layouts, which this Armory show desperately needs layouts,
Yes.
it gives people an opportunity to see what they can do with what they can buy there.
Yes.
And I think that's just as important at these shows as just about anything else.
Yes. And it's a very affordable way to get into this.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to have a $10,000 layout.
You don't.
All of us have done it in the floor. We've all turned many miles on the floor.
Oh, yeah. I mean, heck, my little layout there, all I had to do was buy the 1x3s. You gave me the plywood sheets. I already had most of the Kato track, and I probably didn't even spend $700 on everything I needed for that layout, not counting the trains.
Yes.
So yeah, it can be affordable if you go about it the right way.
Yes, I totally agree. Yes.
But anyway, Nathan, thank you very much for the interview. I appreciate your time, and
Yes, thank you.
enjoy the rest of the show.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Awesome, excellent little interview. Sounds like a great community. I went ahead
Oh, yeah.
and put the link to your Facebook page and your website in the stream chat. So anyone who's interested in the the area there can check you out.
All right. Yeah. So we're gonna head in a little bit. And I'll do a little bit. We can do a little more watching, or I can start practicing a little bit of operations on my layout just to see if it works. I just don't have a mount for it. My camera is all.
Yeah, whatever you want to do, man.
All right, but did anyone have any questions in the comments yet? I know we kind of went through without that.
Yeah, I have not seen any. The only question here is David Kvyat saying, "What about your layout?"
Yeah. Well, we'll be going in a little bit, but my layout is I have actually never officially measured it in its size, but it's the remnants of a 4x8 sheet that I had used to just kind of give me my first layout. It has a 4-foot by 28-inch main section, and then what is 8 foot minus 28 inches? I'm trying to think. But basically,
5'10", I think. If I'm doing the math right.
So, yeah, it has a 5'10" by about 1 foot section off to the side that serves as mostly a staging yard for me. And that I actually realized today that the staging yard's a tad bit small. So what I may have to do is build a a extension off of it, because my hope is to make this capable of hooking up to T-Track modules.
Yeah.
So that it could go to a show. People can have I can have it set up where the whole layout acts as a balloon track for the end of a spur on a T-Track setup, or it can operate as an independent layout with its own looping and everything.
Awesome.
We will head back in.
Yeah.
And I guess since it's a little hard for me to hear you, if we have a question, just kind of wave at the camera and I'll try to catch it.
Sounds good.
All right. So this is a little bit of the display I have. I'm actually this is one of my newest, and this is actually my newest N-scale locomotive. It's the Atlas Masterline Gold Series Alco S4 in Grand Trunk Glass. So I will try and do this one-handed since I don't have my little mount like I did yesterday. That would probably have come in pretty handy today, but oh well.
Yeah, whatever. You figure it out. We all figure it out eventually. Somehow.
Say what?
We figure it out somehow, right?
Yep, that we do. I've got my little Via Rail LRC working around there. Oh, hi. This was our last president, Will Raleigh. And he's also my best friend. All right, let's see. Can you hand me my box, my little sheet, tweezers right there? I need to get this foam off.
That foam is such a pain to get out.
Oh yeah. But yeah, so this is to give people a look for people that didn't see it last night. So this is more of an overhead view of the whole layout, and of course the staging yard over here. As you can see, I have it where I've got these double track sections right here. So this is where any T-Track modules can actually hook up to the layout, but each of these tracks on either side is an independent track. So the main track will come in, it hooks into the main loop of the layout here. It can go around the outside, which is about an 11-inch radius, and then these insides are the 9 3/4.
Yep.
So they can come around, and just because of how it ended up, I had to have a crossover right in here. But the trains can either continue on in a circular loop, or they can come back around the back here and go over to the other side of the staging yard.
Awesome.
So it's kind of based off of the design of a British display layout where you'll have trains over in a staging yard kind of off the layout, and you'll have the trains come in, do their interactions, and then leave off of the layout. And it's a very handy way of doing things, because just when you have limited space.
Yeah.
So let's see here. If I can get that. There it goes.
There it is. Nice.
Come on. Hold on. Come on. Got a pinky it.
There you go. And there's that GT noodle.
Yeah. I wish the Atlas had released this one in blue so I can make one of the Alley Cat rebuilds, but most of the Alco S-Series switchers on the railroad were kind of retired by the mid-'80s, and most of them never even received the blue paint, so it makes it a little more historically accurate. And of course, use that classic Kato railer.
Yep. Gotta love it.
Yeah, so how I have it, I've got the control layout over here. The whole layout is divided into 4 sections right now, but eventually I will divide it into 6 sections once I get a chance. I've got this side of the outer loop and this side of the outer loop on 2 circuits. I had to make it 2 circuits, otherwise, if the two off layout switches were thrown the wrong way, this whole corner of the layout would completely die. So I had
Yeah,
to
don't
add
want
an extra
that.
section on there. So, and then I've got it set up so that the entire yard and the combination yard lead and passing track are one segment. So when I get it set up to have 2 controllers, I can actually work on the fiddle yard while a train goes around, or I can stop a train on the outer loop, run a train through, run it onto the branch line, and do my switching on the branch line while I've got another train running around. Makes it
Nice.
a very, very convenient setup for me.
Yeah. Awesome.
So, actually, I'm going to now bring this train into the station for a stop. I'm going to switch that off, switch that one off, that one on, switch on this. I've got these two switches, should throw those are off. And then I need to throw those 2. There they go. Now unfortunately, I do not have my number 6 switches thrown in electronically yet. Those are still exclusively manual switches. So the one thing I want to double check and make sure of is that if I turn on the power, it will not run. Good.
Oh boy.
So, say what?
We're running in. I keep forgetting that Zoom has that limit. So we've got 10 more minutes on this call, and then we'll have to switch over to another. So if you want to finish setting up here, and then we'll swap to a new call.
Alrighty. Well, I wonder if using Discord would work any better, but I think.
I mean, either way would probably be fine.
Right. Yeah.
You know, we're only hanging out with you for another half an hour, so if we switch to a new call, that'll be plenty of time. So.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you want, we can reset it right now. That way, we don't run. We should have enough time to do another one without interruption by the end time.
Sure, let's do that. So let me pull up the Be Right Back screen on the
That'll give me a
stream,
chance to get a few extra things out.
and we'll set up a new call with Sam.
engine is actually a DCC engine,
Yep.
and they do act a little finicky when it comes to the when it comes to DC controllers, but it will work. This one actually does also have sound, so let's see if it actually will start up.
All right. I brought you back up on the stream, by the way, so we're back live.
Alrighty.
David was saying he loves the LRC.
Well, that's good. I always look for approval from people.
And
Okay.
Kyle Stevens and Dylan Schultz are here as well. So
Yeah,
David
I
says you
can-
could make the staging yard a small Union Station.
Yeah, I could actually if I wanted to. I've been considering possibly switching from a Detroit-based layout to a Chicago-based layout, even though I know more about Detroit than Chicago, just because it would give me more variety to run. But now I've run into a new problem, and that is that this is not isolating itself.
Oh, interesting.
I don't know why. Got those switches lined up properly. That one's off. Or do I have it back? Okay, that's what it was. I had the wrong switch selected. That's all. It was. I had thrown number 1. It was actually number 2. I should probably switch those 2 around.
That would do it.
But all right. So got the main yard. Let's try this again and see what happens. Oh, I got a little flicker of a light. I'm hearing sound, but with all the noise around here, it's hard to tell.
Yeah.
There it goes.
All right, we see it running. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that transfer caboose. I love that transfer caboose.
This engine actually does run better with a whole DCC setup and system.
Yep, I was doing the same, having the same issues with my layout just before when I was running. I had to run DC on my mostly DCC layout, and it was a struggle with some of the locomotives.
Yeah, but I've been very, very happy with this locomotive. So,
Yeah.
come on.
Atlas Masterline, really quality stuff.
Yeah. It seems like it has built-in momentum in it when it's running on a DC setup, so it takes its time.
Yep.
All right, let's get that around. Come on. The one thing I can do if I ever have the passing track blocked, one thing I can always do is I can just stop the train. Come on. Yep.
Oh,
Jerking.
stutters.
All right, I can always stop the train. I might need my pick, but I could probably use my tweezers. Just kind of. Nope, I need my pick. All right, let's go back over to the supply box. See if I can find my pick at all. Is it not here? I think I may have left it. There's my file, but I'm not seeing my pick. All right. Hey, Will, can you hand me the straight orange pick? Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Always helpful when in a club, at least someone has the part you need,
Yep.
and you usually know who that someone is.
Someone's gonna have a pick.
Yeah. All right, so I got that disconnected there. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run it around. I'm going, come on, let's get going. I need to learn where the cutoff is on these Kato controllers so that it doesn't take too long to go.
Yeah.
There we go. Nope. And oh, that'll do it.
Oh.
There we go. Of course, we got to keep those scale speeds. Come on. What happened? Oh, that. Forgot to throw that. I forgot to throw that switch.
Yeah, throwing the switches when you have power routing switches, very helpful.
Yeah. Oh. Hit the wrong one. I probably need to put an insulator right there as well. But
yeah.
So we will run around the train so that we can run over onto the branch line. When in doubt, roundabout. All right. There we go. Reverse.
While you're running, Sam, I gotta ask, who made that transfer caboose? Was that Fox Valley?
I'd have to go look real quick. No, that was a Blueford Shops.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, and this one is in particular is the Safety Wears Well locomotive or caboose.
Awesome.
57061. And that was a thing that the Grand Trunk had. They were very particular about each caboose that had a safety slogan would have a different, like it would have a different slogan on it.
Oh, that's awesome.
For that, that's straight, that's straight, that's straight. All right, so we're gonna go on to the oh yeah, that'll do it too. This is my first time officially operating the layout. I forgot to turn the power switch on, but that's where practice comes in.
We feel like,
Say what?
we feel like,
Well, don't thank me. Thank Will.
oh,
Yeah, one of our members, Will Raleigh, he brought in his famous chili recipe, which came off of a Grand Trunk Western Canadian National passenger train.
Awesome.
And everyone loves it. It is the official recipe that came off the train. All right. Oh, okay. These ones I need to throw manually. So I will go shove this gondola onto the transfer track. Or the transload track, I should say. Come on.
David wants that recipe.
Say what?
David wants that chili recipe.
Well, unfortunately, it's from his dad's stash, because his dad was an engineer for Grand Trunk from 1955 to 1992. So he unfortunately said no to that. I've asked him for it, and he won't. He says there's one ingredient that he adds to it that no one else knows about, that without that, it would not be the same.
Yep. Top secret.
Oh, no. All right, come on. I went to hit the pick, and instead of uncoupling it, derailed the caboose.
Yep, when it's real short wheelbase cars, sometimes that'll happen.
Yeah. Come on. Come on, let's go. Like I said, that's the only problem with running a DCC locomotive on a DC setup is the load up. I'm sure there's probably a way I could go on and change those parameters so that it doesn't have as long of a load up time. But at the same time, it also would just be practice on my end.
Yep.
Did I just derail? The interesting thing about how I designed this is I can only fit one car and this engine on this little stage track at one time.
Yep.
I'm actually giving a little bit of a test just to see what is the longest car I can fit on this. If this one won't work, I can always pull out my my shorty beer can.
Yep.
Come on. Come on. There we go. Lift up. On back. Come on. And we're clear. Yay. So, now what I also can do is if I switch this one out, I can switch out to any other. It's just, if I'm switching out this track right here, I can only do one car at a time, and that's the longest car I can do.
Yep.
Now what? What happened? Didn't die, did it?
Uh-oh.
I would have died. This track should have power to it. Why do I not have power here? I know this was a power routing switch. Huh.
Huh.
Come on. Yeah. Huh. For some reason, this siding here is dead. But
Interesting.
it's a good thing it's a good thing I just used a light amount of Loctite adhesive glue for that.
Yep.
It makes the track very easy to
Just
fry
pull it
up,
right
which
back up.
that was my intention. I knew that at some point I would tear this layout up because this is my beginner layout. So I designed it with that in mind, making it relatively as cheap as possible
Yep.
and allowing myself to just, when I'm ready to build layout number 2, I can tear this up really quickly, reuse the track with very minimal maintenance, and go from there.
Yeah. Smart. Good thinking.
Yeah. Well, it's like I designed this because it's like I needed a layout. I was sick and tired of just doing nothing with it. I'm like, I need a layout before I start losing a little bit of interest in this hobby. Because it's one thing to collect trains, it's another thing to collect and operate trains.
Yep.
So we will come in here. All right.
While you're doing that switching, I'd like to point out we have reached $900 on our GoFundMe.
Yay!
So we're $100 away from our
$900,
original
that's great.
goal. And
Yay.
we've
That is
pushed
great.
we've pushed our stretch goal to 1,600. So we're gonna see if we can hit that. If not, then we're our original goal of 1,000 is still an excellent point to hit. So if you have some spare money and you haven't already donated to us, we've got the QR code on screen. We've got the link pinned in the top of the live stream chat, and we've got the link in the description of the live stream. So all of the above are ways to get to the GoFundMe page to raise some money for the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. We're raising money for them as part of our 1-year celebration as a community to help us raise money for them to allow them to be able to help children in need. Do whenever they're having medical crises to help serve and care for them. So David wants the stretch goal to be the chili recipe.
What?
David says, "Can we have the stretch goal be getting the chili recipe?"
I'll say this. It uses 3 different types of meat. It uses sausage, ground beef, and bacon. That is an actual ingredient in it. It uses just regular tomatoes, like chopped tomatoes or stewed tomatoes, diced tomatoes, whichever one you prefer. And then it uses two types of beans, kidney beans and, ironically, Great Northern beans. Great Northern beans in a Canadian National Grand Trunk Western chili. But it uses those. And then obviously, like I said, I don't know what seasonings or anything. I know it uses beef broth as well. So, all right, come on. Why aren't we moving yet? This DCC engine is very, very finicky. I have to check and make sure that the light is actually on before it'll actually start moving.
Yep.
So we will get this back around here. I'll actually send it for a lap or two around the layout, just to give it a little bit of a run.
Yeah, let it stretch your legs a little bit.
Yep, that'll probably help it out a little bit too. And that's actually one thing, like some people might say, oh, having a loop layout like that is so unprototypical. It's like, the point of the loop isn't so much to just run trains in a circle. It's to extend the length of an actual operating session and give that feeling of the train is taking its time to get from the yard to the branch line or the industry or wherever it's going.
Yeah.
That's the main goal of having it in a loop setting. All right, so I'm gonna bring her back down here. Throw that real quick. There we go. Perfect timing on my part. Back her up just a smidge. But I do still need to run the engine back around the train. Come on. Like, have you ever done DCC locomotive programming on the computer before?
Not really. I've done it with my NCE Power Cab, but...
Okay. Because I think one of the things that I need to do is figure out how I can program these locomotives to actually like improve the load up speed on them, because this is just taking a little too long for me.
Yeah, I believe that should just be a CV to adjust the length of the or the amount of momentum that's built in.
Right. All right, let's get around here. Actually, something I probably should have done while I was letting the train run was put the locomotive onto that train, because that train needs to come in, do a part swap, and go back. But that's where my practice sessions come in. It gives me a sense to, even though I've created a puzzle, and now it's my job to figure out how the puzzle works.
Yep. But that's the fun part, so.
Oh yeah, when you create your own puzzle and then have to figure out your own puzzle. Like, wait, if you design the puzzle, doesn't that mean you know how to use it?
Nope.
Not always.
Not necessarily.
Yep. So, all right, stop it right there. All right, let's load her up, get her back into the yard. Come on. Come on. Lights on. Let's go. There we go.
All right, stop it right there. Go in. Okay. Come on.
There we go.
Bring her back forward. That was actually a better load up. I think I need to bring it back to the. Oops. Hello. Booth came off.
Hate it when that
Nobody
happens.
saw that. All right. All right. Now we're gonna head it back into the yard lead track, or into the storage track I have right here.
Yep.
Come on. All right, stop it right there. Throw that switch to cut off power to it. Now I will set my phone up here for 1 more second so I can get this under that. All right. Okay. So now if I throw that switch, that should be there. So those 2 switches there. Let's see. Nope, wrong one. Got my trusty Wisconsin Southern F45 here. I always loved the look of these locomotives,
Yeah.
and I saw one, and it was the perfect price. This is my first Athearn N-scale locomotive, and I was so happy to get it.
Yeah, those F45s are so nice.
Oh yeah.
When I was first getting into the hobby, I was looking at modeling somewhere out in the West, and I was very strongly considering picking up an MRL F45.
We had a miscoupling.
Oh.
All right, let's try that again. There we go. Give this one a little bit of a run. Nope, came off again. Got to be that Golf car then. I doubt that it's because of the curbs, but all right. So we'll stop it right there. I will uncouple this car. Come on. Come on. Let go. I'm not afraid of 5-fingering it.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Not to rush you or
Alright.
anything, but just giving you a heads up that it's 1:55 now. So,
All right. Well, I'm almost finished up with this.
yeah.
So I will throw that and that.
So once
just
Sin
gonna-
is done here, we'll hop over
Yep.
to watching Bart do some
Who's next
decoder
on the
installs.
list?
Bart is Doak in the
Oh, Bart is.
server. He's going to be doing
Okay.
some ESU decoder installs, and then we're going to hop over to Nick doing some, I think, some weathering, if I'm not mistaken. And then the last 2 hours of the stream will be taken over by Paul at Paul Stamps Finger Lakes Railway. He's going to be doing his talking trains, doing some work on the workbench. So,
Yeah. Sounds like it'll be fun.
yeah. Gonna be a good rest of
Alright.
the day. So.
Yep.
We'll watch you
Run
finish
that back
switching
in,
out the
grab the
cars.
cars that the local just dropped off.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. There we go. Sometimes you have to do a slightly prototypical rapid shove.
Yep.
Alright, we're back there. Throw that. Back around in here. Now, there is one slight problem, and we will address this one in a second, but in order for this freight train to get onto the other lead, it needs to use the track occupied by the passenger train. So what we're going to do... Yep.
Oh, yeah, there's that golf car again.
It's got to be that golf car. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch the power on these two. Throw that switch, throw this switch. The passenger train is going to leave town and head off the layout into the staging yard.
There you go.
All right. Throw that switch back. Throw this switch here. And now we are going to leave the layout.
Awesome.
With one final look.
And out it goes.
Of course. We're actually going to swap this car out with the other one, but
Yep, just flip the order.
I'll just have to work on those. But
And there it goes.
and there we go. My first operating session on this layout complete.
Hey, pretty successful. Pretty successful.
So now what I'm going to do, now that these trains are off, I'm actually going to run my grandfather's coal train and just leave that running for people to view.
Awesome. Well, Sam, thanks for bringing us to the show today. Thanks for showing us the
my
layout,
pleasure.
for bringing on those guys from the club and telling us a bit about your
Yeah.
club. For anyone who's interested in the local Loco Model Railroad Club, the link to their Facebook page and their website is up a little higher in the live stream chat. They are, again, for anyone in the area, they're sounds like a great club, and they're in the Willard Library right now having a show. So, Sam, again, thanks for bringing us into the show today, and
Yep.
we will we'll be right back with Bart doing some decoder installs. So let me.
All right. And thank you, everyone who has donated money to our cause. We really appreciate you and everything you've done. We look forward to seeing more.
Absolutely. bring up the audio again, and we are back with Bart. So Bart's got his exact same tank car here that Sam had on his train. But so you're going to be doing some ESU decoder installs, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, let's. I've got a stack waiting. Let's see how far I can get.
Awesome. All right, so I'll leave you to it. I'm gonna run and grab a snack because I haven't had much food yet today.
Go for it. Need some sugar.
But have at it and enjoy, everyone.
All right. Let's put this away before I break it. All right, so I got a small stack of decoders here. So please grab one.
I think I put 120.
I hope I can film everything properly. I practiced a little bit. Camera's autofocusing properly. So what are we gonna do today? We have a couple of options actually. But I was thinking, I got this one recently. I really like how it looks. Normally I have yellow trains. Still yellow train. Secretly, but yeah. So it's pretty much all Katos at their normal price point come in DC, and you've got some options. For me, the options are a little bit limited, and that mostly has to do with, if I want Digitrax, for example, it's a hefty import fee. The drop-in decoders, or a full-fledged ESU. They make them these days, Kato drop-in, but they're always sound decoders, and I don't need sound decoders for all my locomotives. I have a few, and I really like them, but I notice I don't turn them on all the time anyway, so. I'll just use a lock pilot. They're made, well, not made, but they're very affordable for me, these things. Close to home. I can just run to the train store and get a few. So I would suggest we use these ones. And they require a little bit more work. I do have a Dremel actually for this. Right here. There we go. So we're gonna do that a little bit. And what we're gonna do actually is make some modifications to the light board. So if everything else fails, I can still get a drop-in decoding, but I don't expect any failure. So big hefty manual, I'm gonna need it for one thing, which are the colors. So let me at least grab those. And when you do decoder, you have basically, I would say, 3 elements. The first is the pickup, pick up the power from the track. That's one part. The second part is your motor control. So that's 2 wires, left and right, I would say. With analog locomotives, it matches the frame essentially. And the third element is light. So typically they come with front light and back light. And in this case, this locomotive has that. I'm pretty sure it's LED, like a SMD LED these days. I'll show you. Let's start at the beginning, which is just to open up the locomotive. Which I would recommend doing like this. So you just take a Kato box, right? The one that they always come in. Position it a little bit, I would say, on the edge of the shell and not on the snow scoop, or the cow catcher. So that's the cow catcher. You want it not there because you can knock it off just like that. I wouldn't say, well, it happened to me a few times. So let's start there. All you do is hold it. Don't hold it on the air horn. Just pick a spot and just go. There we go. That's usually enough. Not too much force, but it will come off easily. Depending on your favorite brand, I know Atlas usually comes off easy too, if you want to go that route. I had the Fox Valley model the other day. Ooh, it was so hard to get off. Turns out I could just, because it was a pin decoder, I could just pull off the, what is that thing called? The smoking stack. I never know what these things are called. That part, it came off. It was a GIVO. And I could just shove the pin in, but yeah, it's fine. Okay, so I'll put the shells on the side, far away from any risk, or soldering irons, which is heating up. There we go. There it is. So we have the so-called split frame. It's electrically isolated, and really what it does is takes power from the wheels directly into the what's known as the light board. It looks like it's digital, like for the layman's eye, I would say, because there are some electronic parts on there, but it's super analog. So there's 2 SMD LEDs on there. It means they're a lot smaller than the typical LEDs you have. Normally LEDs would stick out a little bit, but I'm guessing the light pipes they have that just end up right there. They're a lot brighter too. Then we have the motor contacts right here, one on the other side as well. So normally if you use a drop-in decoder, especially ECU, I'm not sure if Digitrax does this too, but you take off these motor clips and just transfer them over. In this case, you can just leave them be. Yeah, and finally there's a resistor. It's not always on the same spot, but what does that do? It limits the voltage going through the LEDs. Normally LEDs burn out. Grabbing power straight from the track, it will explode your LEDs. So you always want that in there, and we can just leave it be and just use it with the decoder. So my plan is to take this light board. I can just take it off. Actually, we'll just slide it up right now. I've never seen this type before. It's like a little bit black. Can it even be slid off? Oh yeah, you need to lift it. Interesting. Yeah, you need to slide it backwards. There we go. The radiator, yes, you're right. Radiators. Yeah, it's probably dynamic brake radiators. Like if they're big and bulky like that. Or just a radiator in general. Okay, come on. Just need to slide it backwards a little bit. Gonna try to keep showing it on camera. Come on. No. Does not want to move. Maybe lifting it up here. No. Alright. No panic. We have an hour. Didn't expect this to be the hard part, but okay. So if everything else fails, I can still just split the frame, like actually screw it loose, but I don't really want to. It shouldn't be necessary. Let's see. Maybe it's kind of stuck behind. Alright, there we go. Interesting. Yeah, there we go. Okay, well, first time I saw one designed like this. Anyway, what's left is these little motor pins. They are isolated, right? That's what I mean with decoder ready. Like in this state, you don't need to do anything to them to get them to work properly with an actual decoder installed. The only thing I would recommend doing is using some coupling tape, some isolating tape on the frame itself. So when, for example, these motor contacts, you know, there's a little bit of metal that can touch it. That could short the decoder. Usually they don't blow up that easily anymore, but still good to do. But if you look at the frame, it is already kind of, there's already some space. So the chance of it hitting the frame or coming in contact with the frame is a little bit lower. Anyway, let's put that on the side as well. So what we're left here is basically a light board. And I'm pretty sure you can see it on the light, but there's actually just some traces running there, and we need to interrupt the traces in a few places. And with that, we install our decoder. So I have to say they made it a little bit harder to see everything, but it shouldn't be a problem for a Dremel. Because on the other side, it's very clear what's going on. So basically you Dremel on top and check on the bottom to see if it still has contact. Is it like a negative trace? I'm not sure actually. I have to say, they put quite a bit of effort on these things. I like it. Good design. All right. Yeah, let's go to the next step, which is to take our decoder right here, and I bought a version that has a 6-pin. So this would be kind of plug and play if you do actually have a 6-pin. Yeah, board, I guess. So what I would just do here, so use a nice helping hand. Improve the camera just a little bit, maybe better view of the process. And with a bit of angling, there we go. It happens to be the 6 wires I need today. So orange is motor, red is probably engine right? So the engine pin on the right side looking from the back. Then white is one of the lights. I believe white is the front light. So it's front LED. All right, so we take a soldering iron and also a little bit of flux just to be on the safe side. So flux lowers the melting temperature, from what I understood. And what we can use it for is to just quickly disconnect all the wires, and even reuse them as is, so I don't need to strip them again and use more soldering. There we go. That's orange. That's red. Oh, these wires are so small. This is white. There we go. So I always use a bit of that stuff. Make sure the tip of the soldering iron doesn't oxidize, even though it already did, but a little bit helps. All right, now the other side. All right, we gotta grab gray. That one went quick. Black and yellow. All right. Yeah, so this thing is for us, not today. There we go. Right. So next up, let's leave this on the side. So we have the decoder. There's a bunch of wires here, a bunch of extra wires. We don't need them today, so honestly, I will just cut them. I won't even desolder them. So, as you can see, there's a little bit of protective, yeah, what is it? Like some plastic, some melting plastic. Like it's the kind of plastic that melts when you it's shrinking wrap, shrinking tubing. So it's already nicely shrinking tubed. If I start desoldering, I will damage that, or I have to remove it and retape it. So I'm not gonna do that. Instead, I'm just gonna cut it using, I don't know, did I forgot to put it ready? Yeah. I used it here somewhere. Oh well. Well, shouldn't matter, I'll use this tool. Just have to find something to cut on. Improvise a little bit. There we go. So just like that. It's long. Yeah, this is a safe way to do it. So separate them a little bit out. Same on this side. There's one more wire I need, which is this one. It's the blue one. What this is the common positive. So ESU uses a system where there's one positive wire for all auxiliary wires. So front light, backlights are auxiliary. There's also function wires like auxiliary 3 or auxiliary 4. They can be used for additional lights or some other function. But in general, there's like one positive, which is this blue wire. And we need it to close the circuit of the two other lights. So we'll need to keep those. The other two are the purple and the green one. They're also auxiliary wires we're not going to use today. What you can use it for instance, is if you have additional lights for the ditch light. So if you look at the shell, maybe I can show you how. So say you take these light pipes, these two here, you can interrupt them and install your own LEDs in the shell. It becomes a little bit more of a project because then you also attach the decoder to the shell itself, which makes taking it apart a little bit less easy. For now, I'll keep it simple. So I will use one LED as it is now for all the lights. So that includes the front lights, which I believe are, let me see. So we have the front light and the ditch lights. Ditch lights, I have to say it right. But in theory, even the small micro decoders can create the animation, the animated ditch light. Which is kind of cool, I guess, but I just don't want to go through installing it in the shell. So for now, I'll just disconnect them. I don't want to use my because there's my little clipper. Oh, I have to go find a Lenneman. I built them up. There it is. Got it. Like a little secret using nail clippers. Work amazing because they're super precise. Okay, and that's it. Got. So now we have a bunch of wires. There we go. Let's put them on the side as well. So now we disconnected 4 wires. We have the 6 kind of main wires. Again for light, motor, and pickup. And the 7th, which is the positive, LED positive. It goes on the small side of the LED, which is impossible to see, I'm pretty sure, on this light board. So we'll kind of have to guess it. I have to look at this light board. Yeah. I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna guess that essentially this resistor connects possibly to the. Oh, hold on. There's a resistor here too. Here's the diode. It's gonna be challenging. We might have to remove that. There might be a diode here too. They are a bit of a different beast, these light boards. Not that straightforward. I could grab a light board I already have and just quickly convert that one. But yeah, let's just take the challenge, right? We can test things before we blow up decoders. Alright. What is our approach here? Yeah, there's a... It looks like there's a diode there. Yeah, we might have to run some tests before we hook everything up. But that's okay. Yeah, the best would be to kind of leave that resistor where it is. But I'm not sure how, though. Let's look at the back, see what's going on. It's even harder to see, to be honest. So there's a circuit going through the middle. Oh yeah, I think I see what's going on here. So let's see. So usually what you can do is start up from the pickups, which is kind of hard because there's 4 sets of pickups, maybe even 6. Like this could be considered pickup too. Let's look at the frame real quick. I think it is though. Yeah, okay, not really. So theory, these are not pickups. It's clear that the pickups are here and here. All right. I have to say this is a bit of a challenge. So it looks like, okay, it looks like, looking at this pickup goes through the motor and then inside the resistor. So this resistor, this is where I should probably put the positive pin in and grind through this part. So that leaves, with some luck, that side is positive. And whoa, where's it going? Oh, around the logo. Nice. And that side is positive. But seeing as there's a diode there, that might actually not be the case. A diode controls flow. So as you know, when you drive backwards, the flow turns around. Positive becomes negative, negative becomes positive. So those LEDs are wired to, yeah, hold the power from one direction, so the light turns off. And the resistor would work either way, because essentially it's a, yeah, what's the best analogy there? It kind of constricts flow of power. So whether it's on the anode of the LED or the cathode, that doesn't matter, it just limits flow in general going through the LED. But we want to keep the connections a little bit simpler. This becomes kind of a guessing game then. That, because I can, so the real problem is that based on these LEDs, I'm not 100% sure how they are wired. I can kind of infer that one side is positive based on that diode. So that probably the positive side is on the right, I believe. But yeah, honestly, we can try it out. And if one of them doesn't work, we flip it. It's not the first time I flipped a light on a board. The thing is though that normally it's these LEDs, these big ones, the bulb LEDs. But yeah, no problem. Okay. Alright, let's just get started. Otherwise the stream is over before I even did one thing. Alright, now the noisy part. Let's see, the first one we're gonna cut. Probably where the power comes into the resistor. And I'm having still a hard time finding out where exactly. So I think it's on, I think it's right there. So if I take a scalpel, so right there is, I think, where it comes in. It's so hard to see, honestly. Wow, that's a bit of a challenge. All right. Yeah, even looking at it with my own eyes, I cannot figure it out. So I'm basically turning it in the light to see if I pick up some contrast here. So I can actually figure out where does this come from. And looking at the back, it's not very much more clear. So there is, you can see there are some lines running here. If I look at it from here, it looks like most of it is conductive. Like only the black separates the connectivity. which is fine. I can also make some large cuts just to be safe. As far as the motor, I can directly solder onto these pads and disconnect them directly. It's not ideal, but I can use wires to connect the resistor to the pads here. Maybe that's the best idea. And then additionally, I will leave a little bit of, so from these contact pads, I will leave a little bit of space and then solder on this part right here. I think that's maybe, I can also try to strip it first. Actually, that might not be a bad idea. So I can maybe better visualize what's going on for myself. Yeah. You have to be a little bit careful with this because stripping too much would actually disconnect a lot more. But maybe it helps to just see what's going on. Just try to grind it off a little bit. Might be too much already. But... yeah, I see some copper coming through. Try to knock off this diode. It's gonna mess with me the most if I leave that on there. Yeah, and around the contact area here as well. Actually, let me take those clips off, because I think you can just do it. They used to be soldered tight, but not anymore. Still quite stuck on there. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's one. Just to make it a little bit easier. I wasn't going to bend them anyway. Wow, and I was confident I could do this within the oven. Okay. Yeah, okay. Let's use, just need to uncover how this is connected. Or just accept that I just need to sever most of it. There we go. There's a bed.
Looking like it's going good.
Okay.
I want you to know, because I think it's hilarious. When you were first filing that trace just before,
Yeah.
I blew on my screen to blow the dust off of the decoder.
It's like built-in behavior. Nice.
Yep.
It's honestly not that dusty. It's like a very minimal amount of coding.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to get enough out of it to see those traces running, because I'm having a really hard time discerning.
Yeah, where they wind up.
Yeah, and all I need to do is know where to make the cuts, but
it's hard to know where to make the cuts without knowing where they go.
Yeah, and I can go extreme. I can cut them exactly where they, basically are soldered onto the live board, but that would be kind of a waste, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Because all I need to do is cut the trace where I can easily put down one of the decoder leads, and then just a little bit of solder.
Yep.
Because the moment you solder near those components, you might risk knocking them off or and kind of damage to them,
desoldering them just from proximity of the heat source or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah. I have to say, this is not as easy as I thought it would be, because This is the first time I've seen a decoder with this black coating. Sorry, it's a light board. It's not
Yeah.
a decoder. So I think they're definitely one of the more modern ones.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think. The last Kata locomotive that I put a decoder in had that.
Okay.
But I don't remember because I don't have a ton of Kata locomotives. I know I got the when I had the F40 PHs. Those had the orange
Right.
light
Which,
boards.
yeah, which is very easy to see of where the traces go.
Yeah, and I don't remember what my SD40-2 had or my F3s had. I think they all had the orange light board as well, but my SDP40F had the black.
Right. So yeah, the traces pretty much run all across this resistor. So yeah, I really need to cut it a little bit further.
Yep.
But I definitely need to cut this one. Because this one's directly connected to the motor pad.
Yep. All right. Well,
Fine.
that makes that one easy at least.
So that one is visible. That's great. I make such a mess out of it, but yeah, there's not really a choice in.
Yeah.
I don't have really like an abrasive that is kind of the medium between what I'm doing right now and just straight up knocking it off. Anyway. Let's hope I have a steady end. I should be. Okay. Let's zoom out just a little bit. Make it easier to see what's going on here. That's too much. There we go. So what I'm gonna do here is just the first gamble, not gamble. The first
Informed guess.
informed guess. Now it is dusty, but it's cut. Yeah. So actually, what's nice about these boards is no matter what, once you make a cut, it's really visible from the other side. Like
that
this
is
is
nice.
a legit cut. Yeah. I
And
think
you
it's
use
better.
like a grinding wheel or a cutting wheel on the Dremel for that?
Yeah, it's a tiny cutting wheel, so you really
Gotcha.
have to be careful with this. But because it's so thin, it really works.
Super
works
precise.
its magic here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the secret. And in the end, low setting, just lightly touch it, already takes care of it.
Nice.
And there's really no risk you actually run through the board if you take it careful. All right, so that's a straight cut. Yeah, I mean that's how it gets its power, I think. But those LEDs return power to summer. I'm gonna guess it's near the contacts here. Yeah, it seems to run over them, but oh man, this is gonna be a guess game. Yeah, I'm just gonna use some extra wires to get it done. I see no other way. So, next up are the metal contacts on both sides. Yeah, a bit cut a bit of a man, but that's fine. Yeah.
Hey, welcome to the stream, Lou. Good to have you here. Good to see ya. Welcome to the Train-A-Thon. To update everyone, anyone who has joined since I last updated, we are currently sitting at $900 raised out of our $1,000 initial goal. We have a stretch goal now active up to $1,600. So if we can reach that, that'd be phenomenal. But our primary goal is still at $1,000, so we are $100 away with 3.5 hours to go. So I think we can manage to get there. And for anyone interested in donating, every little bit is greatly appreciated. We've got the QR code on the screen, and then we've got the link pinned at the top of the live stream chat. and also down in the description.
Let's see. So the motor pads are now fully isolated. It looks so ugly. Yeah, it looks okay. I disconnected these pads because they feed LEDs, and then yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, not my best work, but it's okay. All right. So, yeah, basically, first thing we can do is simply, so the board goes in. No, it's the other way, actually. Just as a reference here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's also bendy, which is, there we go. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna connect the decoder here and there. Let me see how much it sticks out. That's always a worst case. You can kind of. Well, the thing is, so I would say, so I slide it back in. They only really touch the frame a little bit, so I can just solder directly on those pads. Like I don't need to worry about, cleaning up traces or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, light will definitely be a later concern here. Let's see, what did I do last time? I kind of lifted it and then pulled it. Yeah, exactly. Wow, that's amazing. All right, so my procedure here would be to first connect the decoder's pickup, then put it on the track and see if it picks up correctly, if it identifies correctly. It's a first good step. There's 0 chance of shorting the decoder with this. And second step would be to also connect it to the motor actually. But for now, let's focus on pickup. It's also time I'm a little bit worried about. I did want to quickly show off Lock Programmer as well, just to show how easy it is with these particular decoders. The Lock Programmer is mostly interesting if you have a sound decoder, because you can upload sounds to any lock sound decoder you have. So it's an initial investment, it's not cheap. But once you have this thing, even normal programming goes a lot faster, because they use some kind of proprietary protocol, which is way faster than setting CVs. So instantly you can change a lot of functions and settings on those decoders. All right, we need black for the left. So I already put it in the correct orientation. Left is that side. What did I say? Oh, black. Really? No. Yeah, black. Okay. Okay. I'm also gonna put in a little bit of folder. So it should go straight away. It does indeed. And looking at the frame, what I would always typically do, so the frames are set up like this. So the front of the frame Yeah, it of course has the cabin, but the back of the frame has a whole bunch of like nothing space, so the decoder goes perfectly there. I think this frame is also more than large enough to even take 2 speakers. It looks like. Like if you look at the amount of space there, it's quite big. With speakers, it's always better to have more than one. Hey,
And
Silver.
with multiple speakers, did you wire those in parallel or in series?
That's a good one. Well, I just don't know what the meaning is of serial or parallel sometimes. So
yeah.
I get confused. I get confused about left and right too. So I would say, I would say in series, because you connect one lead to one speaker, then wire the other lead to the next speaker. So right to left, left to right, and then the last speaker back into the decoder.
Yeah, so
that's
pretty sure that's series. If I'm remembering my
think
basic
ECU
electronics correctly.
Right, and I think it's also what ECU recommends to do. Like they show it in their examples.
Oh, nice. I guess it's a good way to do it then.
Right? Yeah. Should I flux it up? Probably. Okay. Oh, there goes my decoder. I hate flux. It's a nice cheat code, but it's so gross. They say it's self-cleaning, which is the biggest lie ever. No clean, it says. So I have a no clean flux, like an official no clean, and the moment you put it on, it's like almost liquid. It smells like IPA. Like I can see why it's no clean, but it's almost useless. So it's a bit of a lie.
Paul Stamp in the chat here has confirmed for us that is series. We were correct. And he says that for ESU, you can do either series or parallel, but Tsunami, if you're using a Tsunami decoder, they definitely want you in series.
Oh, nice. That's a great piece of intel, actually.
Yeah.
But if you do them in parallel, it's kind of... how would you wire that up? Like you wire them multiple wires on the same bed? It's kind of annoying, right?
I guess would be the way to do it, but I don't know.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, for time's sake, I'm just gonna put it on the frame now. Start running log programmer. Right, we're a little bit. Yeah, okay, we have like 15 minutes.
Yeah, we got.
I think it'd be nice to show. I think it'd be nice to show log programmer.
Yeah.
It's a bit finicky, more than I'm used to. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's in.
Nice.
More than enough. So let me just double check. Yeah, I don't think any pads contact. All the contact points are on the top. All right. Let's grab that log programmer. So, okay. That is it. We take a piece of track. This is of course plugged in via serial to USB.
Yep.
Cool. Okay. All right, let's switch to a window sharing. There we go. Make it a little bit smaller so it's easier to discern what's going on here. Oh wow, okay. If the screen doesn't work, okay. Come on. That's so interesting.
Gotta love those gremlins.
It's fine. Now we get it.
Yeah.
Let's see, there we go. Much better. Alright, so the first step would just go to read decoder information. Windows problems. Okay, of course.
Without fail.
Probably plugged it in before I turned it on. Alright, it's blinking heavily. No dice. Interesting. So this could be a couple of things. Maybe I didn't connect the leads properly, or the plugs aren't really on the rails properly. Or it's a broken decoder. It happens.
Always possible.
Yeah, it's not the first one, actually. That broke on me. I wouldn't say it's common, but it's not. It's super rare.
It's not unheard of, yeah.
So I had one like really broken drop-in decoder from ECU, like it was one of the Kato ones, which is weird because there's no way you can short it or bust it, in my opinion, because you literally don't modify it. You just put it on the frame and that's it. But yeah, I mean, it can happen. I've also had some issues with broken lights. It would just fail to use the AUX port. The AUX 1 and the AUX 2. There we go. Yeah. So I removed it from the frame, and apparently it still did some shorting on the frame. It happens. I'm guessing because I didn't isolate the motor pad completely, but it should work. I'll take another look. So, yeah, you can see here Logpilot Micro. So we start a new project. Actually, I can use import, right, with this thing. Import. Oh no, I cannot. No, it really needs to go from a new project. Okay, no problem. Micro DC. So this opens the full UI from ECU. So it goes from simple things like the analog settings, like what should work when the decoder is in analog mode. DCC settings, some simple things related to Railcom. We have brake settings. Brake settings are when you use like these braking accessories, where you kind of put your track into blocks, and then the decoder will basically be shorted in a way, and it will start to brake. It's like an older kind of aesthetic system. Driving characteristics in general, and there are some details there. Like you can go pretty nuts if you want. I'm gonna go for function outputs. That's the one I usually change immediately. So I changed the dimmable headlights, and I know you cannot see the menu, but I changed them to fade in, fade out. It looks way nicer.
Yeah.
So when the locomotive comes on, it will fade in. When it changes direction, it will fade in the back or the front, and the other one out. It's so nice.
Yeah, I love the fade in, fade out on the lights on all my, because all the Loc Sound decoders that I have pre-installed in my locomotives, that the ones that I bought with sound, they all have the fade in, fade out, and it looks so nice.
Yeah, just gives a much fancier look to things.
Yeah.
So yeah, in theory, there's all these function mappings you can do here, but honestly, the only things you need here, and you don't need to change anything, of course, are the front light and back light. So sometimes the decoders, maybe you swap the wire or something, then you can change these settings. Although if you do that, I would just go to driving characteristics, and just reverse the direction. Like that would be a better solution usually. It depends a little bit what things are wired wrong. So even if you get it wrong during configuration, you can change a lot. The speed curves, so you can go using the basic CV values to what ECU offers as a full speed curves. Back EMF settings. I mean, there's a lot here. It's crazy. And you can go manual CV if you want. So literally entire mapping it there. I would not recommend, because for some of those functions, and you can go direct control, and you can see the default mapping, function mapping is quite extensive already, and it's all based on sounds really. But there are some basics, such as the shunting mode, which can work together. For example, when I automate and I tell a train to shunt, it will actually turn on shunting mode through a function mapping, which means the lights will also change accordingly. It's just nice. And the nice thing is, once you save it, it probably wants a firmware update on the fly. So let me see if that's the case. I realize you cannot see the screen, but it's currently doing this this thing. Writing the firmware. Yeah, exactly. That's if there's an update, it does that on the fly. But yeah. And another thing that I should have done is update the address, of course. But let's save this and then so just for reference, it's saving now. It's a dialog that isn't shared. There we go, writing decoder data. Yeah, that goes pretty quick. So I'll change it to the long address. This particular one is 1111. I'll rewrite it. That goes pretty quick, I would say. Yeah. Alright. So that's just the basics of that, I would say.
Nice.
So this is what I'm left with. Turn it back on. Yeah. It's directly connected. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, okay. It is what it is. So while it's in the frame, it's somehow not fully isolated yet.
Something to look
I don't
into,
see how,
I guess.
because yeah, exactly. It will take a while to debug. Essentially, the traces are cut, but maybe on the back, I don't think so. But yeah, we'll see. Interesting. Well, it's a good sign it gets recognized. At least I know it works now.
The decoder's good. It's just a matter of isolating from the frame.
Yeah, exactly. And with the decoder good, you all will also know when you broke it. So it's always a nice thing to know. So I would definitely recommend just doing it so you don't lose sanity, right? When things don't work, you're like, did it ever work? Like, was it me somehow?
You know exactly what step of the process things went wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, nice. So I will just continue while I think Nick, right? Nick wants to do some rendering.
Yep, he's hanging out in the chat here. So once you're done, we'll switch on over to him.
Yeah, man. Let's go for it.
Awesome.
I'll keep struggling with this.
If my airbrush is cooperating, I'm trying to work on it right now.
Oh, jeez.
Because I haven't replaced the tip on it yet.
The nozzle still, or the needle still.
Yeah. So I'm trying to get it to run. So you can keep working. I'll be over here and I'll let you know.
Sounds good. So
I love my airbrush. I got a new one the other day. Let me show it to you. It's not a special one, but what I really like is that normally the back on it is quite small and feeble, and this one is like it's a big chunk of metal. It's so nice.
What brand is it?
Oh, good one. Do you want the Chinese name or the English name?
I see. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's. Although it does have a Dutch address, so someone imported it properly. But I don't know. Let me show you. Fengda? I mean, that sounds pretty. I don't know. Usually it's imported to Germany, either manufactured in parts or assembled, and then it makes its way here. But yeah. But nice double action, easy to adjust. Yeah, it's good stuff.
Very
good
nice.
Airbrush is so good. Yeah, and very important to have these things with a lot of needles.
Yep.
So when you do are like, it doesn't work that nice anymore. I cannot clean it up for some reason. Just get one with a lot of accessories and nozzles, by the way. Yeah. So yeah, we'll pretty much start with isolating with Kapton. It's so easy to do.
Yep. Always a good place to start.
Yeah, it's this kind of tape that doesn't really stick too well, but there's no way it conducts, and it has no thermal problems, right? So if something gets out in there, there's no smell or smoke.
Yep. Somewhere here I have a big roll of it myself. It's probably right in front of me and I can't see it because I'm blind. But it's here somewhere, trust me. My whole workspace here needs a massive cleanup effort.
I think I got it for now.
All right, you ready to swap on over then, Nick?
Maybe. Oop, that's not what I want. Hey, cat.
There we go. There's the train cars.
I'm watching the YouTube behind me, trying to see how this is gonna look. Might be a little delayed.
Yeah, it's usually like a 15-second delay or so.
Okay. Wrong way. Excuse me. Yeah, that'll work, baby.
Yeah, I think that should be fine.
I hope it's not picking up my little air compressor, is it?
I don't notice it doing so. So I imagine I
Okay.
would notice if it was doing that.
Yeah, I got this cool little airbrush set on Amazon. It was like $40, and it came with a little tiny hobby compressor, and it works great for what we're doing here.
Nice.
So I'm just doing some stock painting, or not stock painting, but what I normally do with rail cars when I get them brand new. So in front of me, I got 3 new, new. Microtrains hasn't made Monon box cars in the early Steam pattern in forever, but you can still find them brand new.
Yep, new old
or
stock.
slightly used. They're all the same road numbers. I don't ever change them because meh. It's one of them little details that I'm not worried about right now. I'm just more worried about getting stuff in. I also have this other Texaco old. I couldn't tell you who made it. I think these are Atlas maybe, or
probably
older than that. But somebody took the bolster pins out and screwed it instead. I was like, oh, okay, all right. Guess it won't fall apart. But that's fine. Let's see. Okay, cool. That's still running. So we're gonna go along here. I started on that because I was testing that. So all I really do when I paint these, I start with a Mission Models railroad tie brown.
Nice.
And I go with that around the bottom here on the wheels and the trucks and the frame and all that good stuff, just to make it look good. I don't care about overspray so much because it just adds to it.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of just go with it as it sits. I don't take it apart. Now you could take it apart, you could add loads in it, you could paint the insides of them, but as it sits, this is what I do. So we're just gonna get started. Yeah, these are great little models. I have 1,500 of these box cars.
Yeah, those Microtrains
And,
40 footers, they're real nice. I've got probably 10, 15 of them, something like that. And I model an era where I really probably shouldn't have that many 40 footers, but I do.
Hey, you know, the planned obsolescence on it was something like, what, 40 to 70 years on a boxcar. So if it was brand new in the 40s, it could still technically be running today as long as it was still kept up with.
Yeah, it's just that a lot of the railroads just decided to stop using the 40 footers for most purposes just because they wanted more capacity. So they went to the 50 footers, the 60 footers.
So yeah, I just kind of go around the bottom here, and I don't have as much control over this because the nozzle and the needle's busted, so it's going to be kind of shoddy, but it's not a big deal when you're doing this stuff. If I was doing some like locomotive painting or some fine line painting, I would definitely want an airbrush that would work better.
Yeah.
But for what we're doing here, this is just fine. So I just go over the bottom, make it real neat, give it all one coat look.
Nice.
And I mean, even with that,
yeah,
it just kind of dulls it out down there at the bottom.
Makes it
doesn't
less
look
shiny
like plastic.
black. Yep.
Yeah. And just make it look like it's been there for a minute. So we're gonna move on to the next one. Same old, same old. And this is how I do all my cars. I don't see any reason to taking a whole lot of time on it. And it gets the job done. Kind of having to do a little finagling with my airbrush because that needle, the O-ring in it, is blocking the air ever so slightly.
Yep.
And the paint.
Yeah, I think it's
So
about
when I
time
hold it
heat
back,
my
it doesn't
needle.
really go.
Yeah.
I'll buy a new one of these days, maybe next week when I get paid.
Yep. Yeah, it's time for me to really open up my airbrush and take everything apart and probably replace my needle and just go through everything and make sure everything's all nice and, well maintained, because I haven't fully disassembled it in probably a couple months. So it's time.
I took mine apart a couple weeks ago, and the needle in here, I guess I over tightened it, and when I untightened it to clean out the needle point, it snapped off inside of it.
Ah, jeez.
So now there's no way, I don't have a a drill out kit that's a millimeter.
Yep.
So there's no way of me fixing this one. I'm just gonna have to buy a new one, unfortunately.
Yeah.
If I could fix it, I would. I just don't have the ability to do something that small.
Yeah.
But yeah, I kind of watched a video on Model Railroader a while back when I first got into painting, and I liked how they did it. And this is pretty much the same.
Yeah, you find a
That one
technique
got a
and it
little-
works well, you use it.
That one got away from me, but that's okay. And I don't do chalks and pastels and all that crazy stuff. I don't want to waste time on it.
Yep.
I've seen some great ones and it looks great, but I one more thing to buy and I'm perfectly content with just airbrushing.
Exactly. You don't. It's like I use all that stuff because I like to really get into some of the nitty gritty details of the weathering. But what you do, I mean, it gets the job done and it looks great. So if that's all you need, that's all you need.
All right, those three are done for the most part. Try to run the rest of this color out. So we're not sitting here forever watching me clean my air cup out or my paint cup.
Oh man, that's always a nightmare.
It's like, come on, man.
The worst part of
get this done.
Yeah, the worst part of using the airbrush is cleaning out the freaking air cup to swap colors.
I'm gonna get a little thinner in there just to give me a little bit more. I'm glad my quality assurance officer isn't jumping up here trying to play with my paintbrush while I'm painting.
Yeah.
He generally does whenever I'm doing anything with my train stuff. He will jump up here and sit in the middle of the table and just watch.
Yep. That's why I usually keep my bedroom door shut. So the two rascals in my house can't get in.
He's currently clawing my chair I'm sitting in. I'm like, dude, come on.
Oh, jeez.
Gotta love him. He's such a little turd. Yeah, I wish I had some more cars to do, but I haven't really bought anything else. I don't really need any more. That's the problem I'm running into now.
Yep.
And considering what I modeled, the 1940s and late 30s, there really wasn't much in variety of stock on the Monon at that point. Every freaking photo I have was boxcars, flat cars, boxcars, hoppers, boxcars.
Yeah.
So, and a handful of tankers, and a handful of flat cars, and a handful of stock cars every once in a while.
Yep. The occasional
and they
odd
weren't
move.
even. They weren't even owned by the railroad. Like, most of the rolling stock seemed like they were just kind of using it and borrowing it.
Mm-hmm.
They had a lot of box cars, but not a lot of everything else. I mean, heck, they didn't even have tank cars.
Yep.
But of course, that's to the period as well. I mean, you had a lot of big oil companies back then.
Yeah, it's just the railroad's just moving the oil company's cars.
Yeah. Get a little in here. Oh, ew. Well, that's gross. It's like all my paint separated and sat in the bottom.
Oh, yeah, I hate when that happens. And you get all the clumps.
Yep.
It's the worst.
I was like, I wondered why that wasn't really
Why it
running
wasn't
right.
spraying well, yeah.
And I mean, I sat down like an hour ago before I started, and freaking, I had old paint in there that was caked in there. I thought I cleaned out, but I guess I didn't. I was like, uh-oh, well, that's not good.
Yep.
All right, gonna scrub this out real quick. I forgot to get paper towels. Oopsies.
Yep.
That's alright, I'll go get some out of the kitchen. As soon as I run all this crap out into my little container. Oh. Well, that's not good. I lost a
boy.
fitting.
Oh, jeez.
It's alright. I got it. I have this little quick connect thing on the bottom of my airbrush because I didn't really know what else to do with it. And I was like, oh, that's cool. I can adjust the airflow from the bottom with my finger if I need it. And I think it's too full. Or not flowing. All I want to do is change colors, please. Do what I want you to do. Might have a chunk stuck in there. There it goes. Alright, cool. I can get me some paper towels. I'll be right back. Got Q-tips, just didn't get paper towel. Like, what am I missing? And I looked around and I couldn't find it. Now I realize what I was missing.
Yep. Hey, Billy, welcome back. Yep, we are doing some weathering. Nick's weathering down some of his box cars and the one tank car that he's got there. And yeah, Lou, that's just the worst when it's all clogged up and you got to take the whole thing apart and just really just scrub it all out. And it's just, it's just awful. It's just the worst.
I love how much this helps you paint, but I loathe how much it takes to paint.
Yeah. It's great when it's working, and it's awful when you gotta clean it up.
Alright, I think I am run that color out, which is awesome.
Good.
So this is another company. It's acrylic airbrush paint, modelers, decals, and paint. I can't remember where they're out of. Georgia.
Nice.
So this is the Tuscan I use to do dirt and overall crud. So I got to shake it up here. These have been sitting in my box for a while. So I take it, shake it up, get me a little bit in that cup.
Billy says he took his little one to the Model Railroad open house today. They spent 10 minutes at the open house and 2 hours at the playground.
Yeah.
That sounds just about right.
So then we just come in with this Tuscan and start working things over. Start dulling this factory paint job out.
Yeah. And yeah, Lou, that's pretty much the same for me. I use my airbrush mostly for when I'm actually painting, like putting down color for like my my locomotives and my custom paint rail cars and stuff. And then when I'm weathering, I use it a lot for kind of general, like overall coats and stuff. I use it for fading and exactly like what Nick's doing there to just kind of give it a
what you could see here, the compare and contrast to the right and the left, because this is untouched besides that little bump there where my airbrush ran away, and then that's with the Tuscan over it.
Yep.
So you can see how bright white it is. It just won't focus, I guess.
Yeah, pull it back just a touch. There it is. Perfect. Yeah, with the Tuscan over it, it looks much better.
We'll just keep going.
Billy, as far as recommendations go, I mean, there's a lot of good brands. I've got a Pache. I know Ottawa is good. Basically, I would just recommend getting a double action if you can, because you get a little more control over it. But otherwise, you know, as long as you go with kind of a mainstream brand, I think you should be fine.
Yeah, there's still a little railroad tie brown in there that's bleeding through. That's all right. It just adds to it, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's just a little darker dirt. And that's fine, because you don't want all your cars to look exactly the same anyway, so.
No. And they usually don't when you do this.
Yeah.
No weathering paint job is uniform. There's nothing you can do. You can't do it the same between two things. It's too random.
Exactly.
And it doesn't help this airbrush is not running right. But generally, I take this Tuscan just to knock all the shine off. It's kind of like the down color to break up this model paint. or the factory paint,
Nice.
because I can't stand the brand new rolling stock paint. It's so
It's just too
neat.
clean.
Yeah. Not that there's anything wrong with it, and it's your railroad, you do what you want.
Yep.
But this versus that, it just
The
night and
difference
day.
is exactly night and day.
And I'm not saying abuse your stuff. You don't have to make it look like it's been abused, but it's been there. It's not brand new.
It's got a story to tell. That's the way I like to put it, and that's the reason why I love weathering so much, is because you go from just a generic piece of rolling stock to a piece of equipment that has a story to tell. It's been on the road. It's seen things. It's done things, and that makes it feel more real, and it adds to it so much for me. So. I don't know, Billy. Mine has a cup that goes in on the bottom, and Nick's has one that goes on the top. I don't know if there's I think it just comes down to what you get used to.
This is my first airbrush, so I wouldn't know any different.
Yeah, same for me. Mine has a separate cup that you can fill separately, and then you clip it into the airbrush basically, whereas Nick's there is built in. So it's just kind of a difference in what you use and what you try, and I've never used one that has a top cup, and Nick sounds like hasn't used one that has a bottom cup, so I don't know if there's a preference.
I've only ever had the top cup ones, and this is gravity fed. I think yours is something different.
Yeah,
if it's from a bottom cup.
Mine is suction. The air going through the gun basically sucks the paint up through the bottom.
All right, on to the next. As long as this airbrush keeps running, I'll keep painting.
Yep.
It's always a roll of the dice when I turn the air off or release the trigger. It's like, is it gonna go? I can't wait till I get a new one, but I'll make do. Like I said, I'm not doing anything crazy, so if I was doing some crazy painting, then I would definitely want a nice airbrush.
Yeah.
Or one that works properly. And get some of that brown down the axles. Make a little dirt hang up on there. Because the railroad tie brown just gives it a good overall color, just like what I'm doing with the Tuscan here.
Yeah, it gives it that
dulls
starting
out that
grimy
plastic
look.
It dulls out the black plastic, makes it look good.
Yep.
Now I used to, and for a lot of my stock, I used to take the I'm like, I need to censor myself. Pardon me. I used to take the clear coat matte and spray them first. That way I wouldn't be painting over the factory stuff. And I mean, that's a pet preference, so in case you ever want to take it all the way back down and resell it as, not weathered, because some people are, don't like buying stuff that somebody else has painted for whatever reason, even though I have no problem with it because I can either paint over it or take it off.
Mm.
But the last few I haven't bothered with it because I'm like, I don't think I'll ever get rid of them. At least to the point where I need to get rid of them.
Yep.
So it doesn't bother me keeping or messing up the factory job. The only ones I haven't painted yet, per se, besides the trucks and the frames, were the refrigerators, because those, they're colorful. I like those. They're not just, standard old USRA
Yep,
boxcars.
boxcar brown.
And I don't want to mess with that and weather it. I weathered one and I just didn't like how it looked. It just, yeah, it would be that way in real life, but people like seeing the colors on those, so I don't like
It all comes down to that
weathering them
personal
up.
preference.
Yep.
Rule number 1 of model railroading. It's your railroad.
It's
so
your railroad.
rules. And just as another reminder to y'all out there watching, in case anyone new has decided to pop in, we are live streaming today. We've been live streaming since 6 p.m. Eastern yesterday. We are raising money for the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia as part of our 1-year celebration for the model train people community. So the QR code on screen, the link that is pinned to the top of the live stream chat, and the link that's in the top of the in the description of the chat of the stream, all will bring you to our GoFundMe page. We are sitting at $900 out of our initial $1,000 goal. We're basically raising money to give to CHOP so they can do what they do, which is help out kids in medical situations that they need assistance, and we're giving them that money that they need to help them care for the kids and their families and help them recover well and hopefully live a happier life. So it's all going to a great cause. Any little bit that you got is greatly appreciated.
Yeah, I used to work for a children's network, not CHOP specifically, but we had a children's division in our healthcare network, and every donation helps. It's a great thing to donate to.
Yep. Bill in the chat here, Rail Brothers, he's had a personal experience with CHOP. He was talking about it on stream last night. His daughter was born with a club foot, and CHOP's been helping him out to help her to be able to live a more normal life. So impacting people's daily lives.
Oh, I'm out of paint. No wonder it's not painting.
Yeah, that
I'm like,
having
come
paint
on,
in
man.
the cup would help paint come out of the cup. Yes.
Oh. Hello, everybody. It's 3:30 in the afternoon on Saturday, and I have no idea what's going on.
Oh, jeez.
But yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Shout out to Bill because he followed me on the TikTok. Followed him back. Great content.
Yes, sir.
And follow the model train people. Great content there as well.
Yeah, we're doing our best.
And our Instagram and all the other things I could plug. I just can't remember them all off the top of my head because I'm not good with memorizing details.
Yep. Oh boy. Looks like Paul's starting to get ready. I just got the notification that his stream is going to start in half an hour, so.
Oh, hot dog. Oh, darn, I almost finished all 4 of the boxcars in 30 minutes or less.
Yeah, it's the difference.
That's the only thing I really like about paint and end scale. You can do so much so quickly.
Yep. I was gonna say that's the difference between our two techniques, though. You took half an hour to do 4 boxcars and a tank car. Last night I took 2 hours to do one side of a boxcar. So, but hey, it came out really good. I'm very happy with it. I'll show it off again.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Put it up to the camera. There it is. So, very happy with how it came out. But it did definitely take me the majority of that 2-hour period to do
Oh, that
one
looks
side of the
fantastic,
boxcar. So,
It does look really good. Awesome.
yeah, it's all about how the difference in techniques and the difference in what goes in and what comes out, and both look great. So.
Yeah, I've been picking up a lot of different railroad stuff now. Been getting random box cars or random cars in general, just because I seen mostly in my prototype photos that they really didn't have, or they really mixed a lot of freight on the Monon, or at least rolling stock.
We're at it. Hey, we hit 1,000.
Awesome.
We hit 1,000. Thank you all, everyone out there who has donated. Thank you all so much. As we've been talking about, it's going to a really great cause. And I'm just so stoked that we've reached $1,000. We've raised so much money, and we've still got 2.5 hours left to go. Paul's gonna take over and close us out here roughly with our last 2 hours, and our GoFundMe has been updated, and the goal on there is now 1,600. If we can hit that, that would be amazing. That'd be incredible. But the fact that we've hit 1,000, that was our original goal, and just having hit that is so amazing. And I'm so incredibly grateful to y'all out there who have supported the cause and who have tuned in throughout the day to see what's going on, and just been here and been helping out and enjoying this content, because it's been a lot of fun on the back end to share all this content from people all across the US and across the sea for Bart's case. So it's just been so fun to share this all with you, and I'm so glad that we've been able to hit our initial goal.
Heck yeah. That's awesome. I'm so glad to hear that.
Yeah. So stoked.
Oh, so now it's time to mix up some rust. And just a little, I don't go crazy with the rust either. I just use it to kind of highlight some things and get some color difference in there.
Yep.
If my airbrush decides to feed again. The struggle is real with this airbrush today, but it's all right. So at that point, I either take Railroad Tie Brown, Tuscan, or a mix of it, and then I add a little bit of orange light rust in there from Mission Models, and that kind of just helps. It's just a random mix. I don't ever have anything that's uniform, because nothing is uniform.
Yep.
I just go with whatever looks good. I hope I have some rust left in here, because it's feeling awful light. Like I need to get some more. Now the bad part about this light rust color, I wish I had a better color per se. It's really orange.
Yeah.
So you gotta dull it down and dull it out a little bit with something else, or it'll just look like you freshly scratched your car and it's fresh oxidization.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. That's too brown.
Touch more orange, yeah. Yeah, that's something that I've gotten very tuned into, is just quickly mixing the mixing some brown and some orange and getting a decent light orange or light brown or dark orange kind of color. That's, just having done it so many times, I've gotten real good
Right.
at just eyeballing. This is the ratio of brown to orange that I need.
Yeah, I'm almost out of this rust. That sucks. So what I basically got is what I'm gonna get.
Yep.
Oh man, that's miserable, but that's all right. It's paint. I can always get more.
Mm-hmm.
It's not as orange as I want, but it'll do.
It'll do. Add some variety.
Yeah, I just need to get it to feed out and
Yeah,
get to go.
That's the hard
That's
part.
another gamble. All right.
Jeez, I'm looking at
Paint
this
bottles
box
out the
car.
way.
Looking at this boxcar, and I'm realizing there's still 2 spots of masking tape that I forgot to take off yesterday.
So then I go around the wheels a little bit, around the truck, kind of paint over that railroad tie brown, but don't paint all the way over it, obviously.
Yep.
Then it's waste your paint.
Just added some tone.
Yep. Just to give it some different color. Now, I took my airbrush to a club meetup the other day, or last year actually, technically now, and I weathered my first auto rack for a club member. That was interesting.
Nice.
He got it off of somebody like at a yard sale or something, and I guess their kid tried to weather it with like Walmart Appleton paint and just kind of like globbed it on there.
It just kind of, yep.
As kids do. I mean, hey, we all got to start somewhere and learn some way.
Where's my? Here it is. There's my
And,
starting point. I keep this boxcar around because this was one of the first ones I did, and oh boy, it is rough.
Hey, it happens, man. We all got to learn.
Exactly. It was a starting point, and I had a lot of the right ideas. I just didn't have the precision that I needed.
Now, this is what my club. One guy was looking at my rolling stock and he flipped it over and he's like, "You even got rust and stuff on the bottom." I'm like, "Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
It's not that big of a deal in scale. It's not like it's a huge freaking car that I got to paint a ton of paint on."
Exactly.
Might as well, if I'm going to weather the whole thing, weather it. Then I coat my couplers because I don't like those looking like they're not rusty because I've never seen a brand new knuckle ever.
Yep, ever. Not once. They
not like
they come on a brand new car fresh out of the shop. It's rusty because it's intended to rust. That's how it protects the metal.
Right. As I dropped my corner of my car in a puddle of rust paint that's on the mat. Like, oh, that's cool. Fantastic. You know, it's better than when I was painting my bolster pins for the club stuff and got blue paint on the side of one of my cars. I was like, dang it. Like, of all the stupid stuff.
Yep.
I might get enough rust out of this to finish all of them. Got about a third of a cup left. Now, some people don't like handling their models without gloves on or what have you, or rolling them around like what I'm doing. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not doing anything that's big crazy paint job. If I get a fingerprint in there or I muss something up, it's not a big deal. It's weathering. It's not precision painting. I was waiting for somebody to be like, have a moment on that. Be like, why are you handling your models like that? Because I don't care. Like, I'm just trying to get the job done.
Yep.
Oh, okay, fine, paint. Now you want to feed?
Yeah. Learning the thin paint, definitely an important thing.
Yes,
to
my
learn,
goodness.
Lou. Oh man, yep. Lou was just saying before, for learn to fit his paint.
Most of the mission model paint, all of this acrylic airbrush paint from Modelers Decals and Paint is pre-thinned. This stuff, their primer from mission models, I used this when I had completely undecorated cars, and I literally painted it how it would have been painted in a factory with red primer and then paint on top of that.
Yep.
This stuff you have to thin out super bad. Like, this bottle is like twice as heavy as the other paints when they're new. And it is so thick, that primer.
Jeez.
And if you do not thin that out, you will gum up your airbrush in about 30 seconds. Because I'm speaking from experience. It was bad. I sat there for a day and a half cleaning that thing out. Like, every time I would run it, it would just, there'd be more, more came out of it.
Yep.
And it just never went away for about a month. And then it finally was like, oh, hey, all that paint's gone.
Yeah.
Right. Man, I really don't want to waste all that rust paint, but I'm going to try to save it and put it back in the bottle.
You said you could always, psych it back up with your thing, or even just shoot it into, well, I guess it depends on the opening of the bottle, but...
That'll take forever if I do that. Right now, with this paintbrush. What's the
mention
time?
It'll also dry it all out.
Yeah. Hey, Dennis, what's the time left on?
We got 15 minutes before Paul starts, so...
Okay, cool. I can do the last little bit then. I'm not going to work too much more on that Texaco car because I need the trucks, one, for it, and two, I need to do a little bit more different stuff with it besides this basic go on it, or go at it. But as you can see, we went from that brand new look to an in-service look, no problem.
Gorgeous.
All right, I think I can mix that in there. It won't be a big deal. No, that's going to be a big deal because that's going to be weird. Q-tip. As I fling paint all over my nice shirt. Fantastic.
Yep.
As we all say, crap happens.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. The only downside of that rust paint with mix of everything else is it just is sludge at the end of it. I don't know if it's I don't know if they're two different types of paint. I don't think they are, because no, I bet Tuscan's is different. No, because the Mission Models is acrylic too, so it shouldn't have done what it did. But well. Screw the cap back on this spray out thing. So my last little tidbit I'm going to do here is get some soot, which is a light gray or dark gray. I can't remember what it is. It's soot. I don't really know how else to describe it.
Yep. It's soot. It looks like
go
soot.
along.
If you can imagine soot,
Yeah.
that's what it looks like.
I'm going to spray it along the tops of the box cars to give it that little darkening edges from steam. And then we'll call these 4 box cars ready to go. And they'll be running at the next modular meetup.
Nice.
Well, as I pop my fitting off my airbrush again. Get in here and get this gunk out of the bottom of the cup.
Yep.
See, I guess that's the advantage of the pod thing that you guys have, or you have, Dennis, where you can
the cup. The
pop it
external
out
cup.
and
Yeah,
where I'm kind of like stuck.
Yeah. I don't know where I put my cup. I need to seriously straighten up this whole desk. It's a little bit of a nightmare right now.
Excuse me. Run some more alcohol through this. Get this tip all cleaned out.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, there's my cup. It's just basically, if you take the part that's on the top of your airbrush and you put a little tube on it, reaching up.
Yep.
And so I can take this out and I can run it through the sink and scrub it out and do whatever I need without having to bring my whole brush around, which is kind of nice.
Man, must be nice.
Yeah.
Maybe I should invest in one of those next time.
Well, so I guess maybe that's the answer to your earlier question, Bill.
Yeah, the only I don't maybe the control of feed would be different. Maybe you'd have less control from that kind of brush, but
yeah,
that's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, I guess Paul says he likes the mission model stuff too, so I guess I might have to look into picking up some.
Yeah, mission model paint's good. I mean, it's been used. It's just like Tamiya. It's been used for years on military model stuff.
Yeah. And Dylan, good to see you. I see you're hanging out with us, and heck yeah, indeed, where we hit the 1K mark.
All right, sit time. It is mostly cleaned out. I'm sure there's some left in the tip, but that's not going to be no big deal.
Yep. Just a touch more color to the roof.
Yep.
Yeah,
and I'll usually
Tamiya
take
is
it,
stuff
I'll
I
streak
do
it.
have, Lou. I do have. I don't have a ton of Tamiya paint, but I've got Tamiya. What's it called? Modeling putty that comes in their little.
Yeah.
The little like squirt bottle that you can kind of fill in all the cracks with, and I've got their weathering powder. Yeah, that's right, Paul. That's where I remember hearing Mission Models from. It was when you were on your stream. I think that was last week. I don't remember. But one of Paul's most recent streams, he was talking about how using the transparent dust from Mission Models is just like a instant fade for a paint car, or for a rail car's paint.
That's awesome. A little in there. A little on the sides. Oh. I want blobs of paint. Then I found out that the soot, when it goes down in the catwalks on there, it gives it a little more depth.
Yep. Adds some shadow.
Yeah. Oh, forgot the fronts. Or the ends.
I have a small update on the decoder install.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah.
I snapped the plate.
Oh.
So while sliding it back in, it kind of snapped in half.
Oops.
But it's because I was already working around the connections not really being that visible. But I have many backup light boards because I did replace a few of them.
Yep.
And I have one that's identical and actually where you can see the traces completely. So
well, there you go. That's what you needed then.
Oh, no worries.
Nice.
It's hilarious.
Crap happened in a good way.
Yep.
I guess.
It all worked out in the end.
And in 30 minutes, or no, an hour, I have pretty much finished 4 boxcars. And yeah, there's better ways of doing it. There's better ways of going at it, or at least more detailed ways in a way. But
this is the way that makes you happy.
You wanna that too, but if you wanted to learn and start, this is a great way to start.
Yeah. Nice
before
and
jumping
simple.
off and doing anything crazy.
Nice and simple. You just, a few coats of, or one coat of a few different colors of paint each, and you get a really great effect.
And they're all a little different. Besides the road numbers, those I can't change that unless I want to start decaling things. But I'm not about that life on the boxcars yet.
Yep.
I'll deal with that at a later date. But you can take it away however you want to do it, or you can leave me up. I don't care. However.
Yeah, I was gonna say we can just show off your work here for a minute, but I think Paul is getting himself set up and just about ready to go, hopefully. He's got 5 minutes till his stream kicks off. And
right
then
on.
He'll take it away from there. So just admire your work here for a minute, and then
I wish I had a better camera.
All good.
But I'm using my cell phone propped up on my brush holder right now.
Yeah.
So.
Hey, it does the job, and that's all it needs to do, right?
Exactly.
All right. So thank you, both of you, Bart and Nick, for sharing you guys' work today. We appreciate you hopping in and providing content and enjoyable commentary for us to listen in and watch in on as we're raising money today. And it's been great having you guys both on. You guys are, really great at what you do, and it's always great to hear you guys talk about how you're working on things. So thanks for providing your time.
Anytime. As long as it's on a weekend. And thank you, Bart, for giving me a bit of your time. I kind of didn't think I'd be doing this weekend, and then some other plans fell apart. Or not really fell apart, but just
plans changed.
Pan out.
It's great. I mean, it's more diversity. I think that's important. Just keep the subjects switching, for sure.
Yeah.
Right on.
All right. Well, we're gonna jump into a break for a couple minutes here. We're gonna let Paul get himself set up, and then at 4 o'clock Eastern, we'll tune into Paul Stamp's Finger Lake Railways.